Son of a bitch. Huh? How the fuck was I logged out from this thing? What the heck? That's annoying. Oh, so hello.
Hello, it's me. Oh boy.
Don't know why I got logged out of that. A little weird. God damn it. That's annoying. Oh well. Lovely. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Video game. Where art thou? Oreoing our factors. Making petroleum products based off of mushrooms. I think? Yes. Based off of mushrooms. You wouldn't make petroleum products out of mushrooms, now would you? Yes, I would, actually. Smile. Oh boy. Oh boy, more PFAS? Not that I love PFAS. Everybody loves PFAS. Lots of M's in the title today. That's true. Sometimes you need to M. M's are necessary sometimes. M. There's a Magic the Gathering channel that I watch videos from. And their gimmick is that every single video they will have like some form of alliteration with a various letter. And there's every single day, it's always alliteration. Oh, here's the thing that's happening. So who declares Ebola outbreak a global health emergency? Because there's been rising Ebola cases, I think, in Congo. I guess who canceled that prevention? It was Elon. Dude, I swear to God, if like Republicans complain about like there shouldn't be any African migrants brought in or whatever the fuck because of all of the Ebola outbreaks, you can just be like, brother, you fucking did this shit, bro. Are we being stupid right now, video game? Oh. Okay. The fucking game just decided to crash. Alright, thank you, video game. Also, what's up, Equiral? 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 I don't know how to pronounce your name exactly. How's it going, gamer? Okay, fucking... Alright. That's up to reload. I love reloading. It's great. Fantastic. I'm gonna... Alright. Nice. I just clicked on the game to start trying to load into the safe, but it was just like, actually, no, fuck you. It's like, alright, man. Cool. Ah, fair enough. Well, I am Romanian. Oh boy, Romanian people. Well, it's mostly going to be factorial in the back while I yap about topics in the, title, mostly. I just like to load in the game, play a little bit, and whatnot. Don't really watch Romanian streams, so I was just curious, what do they have? Well, I'm not really a Romanian streamer. I just am Romanian. I've lived in Canada for pretty much most of my life, so got caught. It's over. I was born in Romania. Moved to Canada when I was really young because my parents were just like, yeah, Romania is gonna be a shithole. We should get the fuck out. And it's like, yeah, it was for like about 20 years, and then it's been getting slightly better. It's been getting better in Romania in terms of the economic conditions. Which, good for you, Romania. You did it. Good shit. Turned out good. Used to hate it. Moved away. Now I love it. Yeah, I haven't been back to Romania for a long time. But from what I understand, it's gotten better, right? The shock therapy after, you know, leaving the Warsaw Pact, yeah, it was rough initially, which was to be expected, but now it's gotten better. I mean, it's like I said before, right? Like, the deal that Romania made after the fall of the Soviet Union, it's either a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation. It's making a deal with the devil that you know versus a deal with the devil that you don't. And we decided to make a deal with the devil that we don't. And there was initial pain with that devil, but now it's like not as bad. Ended up working out, which is good. there's other various problems, but like that's a different story. Like, I mean, the government is still extremely corrupt in Romania. That's probably not going to change for a while. But I've talked about why that's like the reasoning for as to why that's the case. That's cool. U.S. bailed out India's 2 richest men, dropped fraud charges too. Well, you know. We are not on the correct fucking account for this.
Why do you...
Shut up. Oh boy, we're gonna talk about Israel. We love talking about Israel, folks, don't we? Okay, let's turn off the tile grid. And make paste out of mushrooms. Boy Meets Minnie's out here saying, huh? Making paste out of mushrooms? What the? I mean, fucking, you look at these things. They look like mushrooms. That they're mushrooms. Alright, so... paste. That takes sprout and water. The paste itself also rots. And it heals if you eat it after you consume it. Cool. Just notice the Hasten AB and Asmongold tags. Ah. Well, mostly that's because it's a... Well, Twitch's discoverability is really fucking bad. Like, it's really bad. And, I mean, those are always gonna get, like, the... either the most annoying or the most, like, not terrible, I guess, viewers, for lack of a better term. So I can yell and argue with them. Because I like to talk about politics on my channel. If you hadn't known, I do that a little bit. That's a thing I do. Oh. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Let's see. Politics can be fun unless it becomes rage. Well... generally speaking, my whole relationship, I suppose, is being enraged with things that are happening in the happenings, for lack of a better term. I see, like, I mostly see, like, righteous anger as something that is, generally speaking, correct. I think there are a lot of good reasons to be angry, for example, right? I think it is warranted for people to be pissed off to certain extents. It just depends on what exactly? Like, a lot of the things that Asmongold is angry about, I think, are fucking stupid. But that's because, well, he's a bit of a dipshit. Because he's a fascist. So, you know, just to call a spade a spade. Asmongold's not good, folks. He's a pretty bad guy, I think. Yes, and I've talked about another, I suppose, concept that I have also talked about before. Oh, whoa. Is the death of subjectivity. The current sort of media environment that we mostly find ourselves under, generally speaking, is... I guess I could also turn the hydrogen and oxygen I have into water as well, but I don't have as much. Whatever, I'm getting distracted. In terms of, like, politics and righteous anger, I think there's a lot of good reasons to be angry with the current conditions that are happening in the world right now, right? I just had a video, I think, talking about the social utility of hatred, because I don't think hatred is something that should be inherently, like, seen as period, end of story, it's just bad, yada yada yada. It depends on the situation, right? You know, it's the video I just uploaded on the YouTube, !YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe, yada yada yada. And I had a discussion with some of the significantly smarter people around me, and they had some criticisms of my takes, of my positions. And I'm just like, okay, no, I think this is all fair and warranted. I definitely agree that perhaps I have not fully fleshed out my positions. I can agree with that, right? For sure. The thing is that a lot of the problems with hate, generally speaking, is that most people, blanket period, end of story, think it is bad. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think it just depends on how it's applied and how it is used by certain people. There can be, for example, things that you can hate, yada yada yada. I think we all got something. You hate Asmon hates XYZ, same goes for everyone. I think most of them are equally fair, even if not internally consistent. Right, but the problem is with Asmongold's hatred is that there's no, like, as Boy Meets Smitty steals my thunder here a little bit, it's not really principled, and he's just doing it for the sake of hatred. I think that's fucking stupid. Right? That's a problem. Asmongold just hates people because he thinks it's efficacious to be hateful. He just wants to hate for the sake of hatred. I think that's fucking stupid. There's reasons to hate that are warranted. Like if someone commits a certain social faux pas and other stuff. Yes. Yeah, it's more or less what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. It's all a fucking spectrum. And Asmongold definitely is not I don't think principled in his hatred whatsoever. I think he just hates for the sake of it. Empathy, subjectivity, lots of reasons, right? For sure, for sure, for sure. Okay, I need to turn this steam into water. I need water. Molten Tiberium, mineral water. Yeah, most of them are equally fair. That's fair. That's fair, folks. water. Where the fuck's the recipe that lets me turn water into fucking goddamn steam? Or steam into goddamn water? Steam? There it is. Jesus. That's what I think. I think I laid it out well. I'm not sure, though. I hope I did. Generally speaking, I would call it, say myself, ideologically speaking, would be like libertarian socialist. If I were to put myself, give myself a fucking label. Just to make it, like, easy. I think the positions of Marxism produces the most fair and equitable outcomes, at least from what I'm seeing. That's what I think. Yeah, obviously not like fucking... Yeah, like, that shit's a bunch of LARP. Ceausescu's not a fucking socialist. He's just a fucking thug who got into power at the right... Like, right position, right time, right? Like, yeah. I mean, that's what he always was historically. He was always just a fucking thug. In a, you know... party enforcer kind of a way. Not in, like, a racist way or whatever. You know what I mean. 31K, damn. Is Vietnam libertarian socialist? Really? Interesting. Didn't know that. I think the Vietnamese system is like... I have there's criticisms you can have of Ho Chi Minh, obviously. Just like any other leader, essentially, but... We're talking about, like, who's worse, who's better, who is this, who is that, and on a relative scale. Like, there's people who are better, there's people who are worse. It's all a fucking... It all comes down to historical interpretation and shit. Okay, I need this dumbass fucking corrosion cloud to fuck off so then I can put down more chemical plants. Because they damage... This fucking dumbass corrosion cloud shit damages my goddamn machines. Son of a bitch. Oh. No, we had one of the fucking Leviathan biters. That's kind of annoying. Okay, you know what? We need... Oh no, it's sacrificial MILF. Fucking Daboo posting. No. Fucking Daboo. Yeah, we need to do some killing, perhaps. Gotta do some murder. Smile. One thing that I'm going to need to make, I think, for this planet is either a Spidertron task force or an air force to occasionally go out here and clear out nests. Is something that needs to happen. Because there are certain things that are out of range. Although I might have to put some artillery probably here in order to get at these nests over here. And I may need to put some artillery. Yeah, I think I have to put some artillery up here and over here. Because most of the attacks are coming from the east that are the most annoying. Not as much from the south. Or the north. Vietnam has lower taxes than us Romanians. It's interesting. Yeah, the, you know, whatever criticisms you may have of, like, the Doi Moi or whatever, It mostly depends, right? You know, saying like forehead, lower taxes or whatever, it's fine. It just depends. Just found it interesting. That's fair. Yeah, for sure. Everyone would like lower taxes. But sometimes, it just depends on what the taxes get used on. Like, I mean, for example, would I pay higher taxes if that meant, like, better social services and whatnot, better education outcomes and all this fucking stuff? Stuff like in the Nordic systems, right? Because, for example, Scandinavian countries are seen as the happiest to live in, for example. Yeah, instead of all those, like, dumbass public-private partnerships, which are the devil. Like, would I want to pay more in taxes to get, like, better schooling and shit like that? Obviously, yeah. Instead of, like, more dumbass, like, corporate welfare. For sure. But, like, it depends. Definitely not leaning towards the Scandinavian system, so if it's going to be like that, I'll just adapt and move. It's not a big deal. Right, I mean, but, like, the problem is, like, sometimes people are not going to have the resources in order to be able to move or do something, It just depends. The reason why I mostly mentioned, say, the Nordic system as an example is, yeah, like, generally speaking, if we're talking about the, say, happiest, system, the happiest people, right, within, say, the G7 or the G20 or whatever, who are the ones who tend to be the fucking happiest? It's been the Nordic countries, right? I'm towards freedom. I don't have the moral obligations narrative that much because I don't care what even happens. Well, think of it this way, right? If we're talking about, because I too am also for freedom, as an example, right? If, for example, because laws are a thing that take away a person's freedoms, right? Because we societally speaking have agreed that it is warranted for us to take away someone's freedom to be able to commit murder, for example, right? Because we all have come to the collective agreement, like, yeah, murder's probably bad. Rape is probably bad. Blah, 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 blah. Pretty simple stuff, right? And, we have all sort of, like, collectively come to the agreement. Not collectively come to the agreement, that's not correct to say. But generally speaking, if someone is able to not have to worry about, say, the floor from collapsing in on themselves when they have, like, a bad day or something, that's also another element of freedom. However, you have to pay more in taxes in order to be able to provide that sort of metaphorical floor. So, because in case you have, like, a bad day, you're coming on hard times or whatever, there's that sort of, I was gonna say, like, escape, not escape. There's that net that can catch you in case you stumble. It's a safety net, yada yada yada. And that's, like, an element of freedom, right? You know that you can be sort of more okay with trying things out and failing, for example, because you know that that more metaphorical net can catch you, right? That's how I think of it, mostly. Coming from poverty, I don't want to pay for that floor. I just like the idea of these obligations, especially if I get punished for being more productive. But fair take. Sure, but like, I, I think, for example, yeah, like seeing it as punishment, it depends on like your class disposition. As say, like Boy Meets Mini is saying, what was the time of the most economic productivity in human history, right? The 1950s. The top marginal tax rate during the 1950s on the richest amongst us was about 94%. And just to explain real quickly, the top marginal tax rate, for example, let's say you make $10 million, right? And basically, like, normal amounts of, like, money, for example, like, you apply for all the money that's below $10 million, it gets applied with, like, a normal fucking tax rate or something. Yeah, sure. But any dollar that's above that 10 million gets heavily taxed, like 94% or some shit, whatever, right? However it worked within the United States of America. Because what's essentially being said is, hey, you make more than enough in order to be able to, well, survive and live on, like $10 million, for example. Why would I keep doing what I'm doing after I hit 10 million? Well, I mean, because it depends on like the products that you make or some shit. Like a lot of people who earn, say, billions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars, they're not like, they've made such a good product, they're probably going to be okay, and generally speaking, they're not going to be really, shall we say, incentivized to want to give to their employees, which is where the state basically kind of has to step in and say, like, no, like, we will help provide services to make a more like equitable society. And that's generally the sort of like position that I generally speaking agree with. You know, it's Marxist, it's socialist, or whatever, what have you, right? Yeah, mostly the position that we come from is it's mostly about like all the big businesses and stuff, all the like large corporations, the billionaires, the if you're like a small business owner, like that's like whatever. You know, it's like or like say a middle manager, for example, right? In the sort of quote unquote socialist or Marxist sense, middle managers are essentially utilized to help, I guess for like lack of a better term, help enforce the exploitation that a lot of workers are essentially having to endure, I guess for like lack of a better term, to continue producing the products for those who are willing to exploit them. Thank you for the follow, Equirial. I appreciate that, bud. And we're stinking up the place a little bit. It's kind of annoying. I think the same rules should apply. Just because I use my money, which I work to generate more, I don't think I should get punished. Right, but okay. The money was generated by people who make a living off of you. Yeah, it's all about like how people generally speaking relate to the means of production. A lot of the people who generally speaking need to work in order to survive or what have you, are generally speaking not being paid enough in order to be able to survive or do what they kind of do. You know, it kind of depends. What's up, Clay? This is where when my moral nihilism comes in. I look at this as a trade. I pay for something they have to offer, vice versa. It depends. I have something they perceive as valuable. They gain something I perceive, give something I perceive valuable. Well, that's how it's supposed to work, right? You're describing consumerism, generally speaking. That's how it's used to work in the past, right? We don't really live in that environment anymore, right? We're moving beyond consumerism. Like, we don't... A lot of corporations don't just produce things anymore. Not really. That shit doesn't happen anymore, basically. Pick apart and debunk Tactical Templar's latest video. That he uploaded of him talking about Charlie's video when he uploaded about AI data centers. I don't even know what fucking dumbass. All I know is that Kevin O'Leary, who's a Canadian, invested, I think, a lot of money in a, shall we say, some AI data center, I think in Utah. I think. Something about an AI data center in Utah. We actually have some good content that we need to react to, like the video that Tackle Templar uploaded. Sure, put the link in the chat. I'll take a look at it. I don't know what Charlie's original video is. I think... I'll have to say. Yeah, wants to build the world's largest data center in Utah. Why? I don't even know why. Why does he want to do that? It's very weird. Sure. Okay. Actually, let me see. Tactical Templar. Moist critical lies about Kevin O'Leary and his Utah data center. I'll need to check to see what the original video is by Charlie. But I'll take a look at the Charlie video first. Blatant corruption. Was it Boo This Man? I'll take a look at that tomorrow, Clay, for the Tactical Templar video. What's the name of the Kevin O'Leary video by the Big Charl Dog? Blatant corruption, boo this man. Is it boo this man? What's the name of the Charlie Kevin O'Leary data center video? Because I don't trust dumbass. Yeah. I got it in the queue. I got it loaded up. I can't stand this freak. Here we go. All right. I'm not gonna pre-watch the Templar video because I'd rather shoot myself in the brain. Metaphorically speaking, of course. I'll pre-watch the
Kevin O'Leary.
I think Majority Report also did a segment on this thing. I know exactly what Charlie's going to talk about. I saw a Majority Report segment about this. Yeah, he's like trying to dox some local activists in Utah for protesting him and just making fun of him for being like a little fucking weirdo about them protesting him for putting this big dumbass fucking goofy odd data center, I think, right? There was a Majority Report segment. The protesters just made fun of Kevin O'Leary, as everyone should. For whatever fucking reason, like, Kevin O'Leary decided to go on Fox News and post his fucking goddamn piggies on like a live not on like a live show. That's not correct to say. But basically, he decided to fucking post his goddamn like toes on like Fox News. It was very weird. I don't know why. Kevin O'Leary is a very strange man. Very, very off-putting individual, I'm gonna be honest. But Dahu, he's Canadian. Oh well, you know. Most Canadians are unfortunately cringe, but a very correct emotion that I think Charlie is. But yeah, I found the video. Thank you, Clay. A very correct emotion that I think Charlie is expressing. I too also cannot stand Kevin O'Leary. He is, and don't tell Alex Roivas this. He is one of the bad Canadians. To the extent that bad Canadians exist, he's one of the bad ones. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Alex, there's bad Canadians out there. I don't know if you knew this, but there's a lot of bad Canadians. All I know is that the ACP MAGA communist weirdos are big mad, for example. With Kamasa Hobby, and I think it's funny. You know, I would rather have food and water than an AI data center in my backyard, humming, taking up all my electricity, and consuming all my water while keeping me up all night. I've seen videos about the noise those things make. Those are probably extremely annoying. There we go. One harvest, and that will take care of the problem that we were having. Lovely. No more getting damaged by stuff. Get rid of this stuff. Get rid of this stuff. Lovely. Okay, so we're gonna turn off the sound and we're gonna start yapping about shit. Confirm this, and then we're going to get this. Oh, don't get started on fucking Bad Empanada. That dude's fucking insane. It's like, listen, Bad Empanada, like, we all know that you moved again into Argentina for that fucking Latina booty, and you're just mad that you're not getting any of that fucking Latina booty or some shit. Like, go away. Go away. You're fucking weird, little bro. I'm fully against these data centers. Not only mentioning these data centers are causing electricity rates to skyrocket. Yeah, and Trump, for whatever fucking reason, literally thought that you can basically cover for the costs of those things of electricity with fucking coal power, for fuck's sake. Can we like remember that that's what he fucking thought? It's like, well, you know, if we use beautiful coal, if we use coal, folks, we'll be able to make more than enough electricity. More than enough electricity in order to be able to cover for the skyrocketing rates for AI data centers. And you just look at that and you're just like, what? It's like those are the thoughts that crazy people have. Only fucking strange little men think of that. I'm gonna be honest. No. That makes everything worse. He is really fucking stupid, man. Anywho, we should probably get started. I'm also gonna be spending time fucking cleaning up the grounds for the factory. I want to take a look at this. I'm seeing some clips. I have been seeing some clips, and I am curious. I would like to take a look for myself. Alright. I've been seeing some clips of this go around, been seeing some stuff, got a little curious for myself. Wanted to take a look at this interview here by both Matt Bernstein and Emma Vigeland. Although, honestly, the main sort of, I guess, not clip, but like take that I saw from this was apparently Mallory Mcmorrow got Steven Crowdered. I don't think she got Steven Crowdered, but Mallory Mcmorrow has been like not doing some interviews with like further left-leaning content creators because of the fact that let's be honest here, Mallory Mcmorrow holds a lot of not great positions in terms of, say, Medicare for All, where she came out with the position that well, have you ever thought that Medicare for All is bad because Donald Trump would control Medicare for All? It's like, okay, and the Democrats might also control Medicare for All sometimes as well. Like that, I think that's a really terrible argument to say, or try to argue for as to why Medicare for All is not a good idea. I'm going to be honest here. That's not passing the fucking smell test there, Chief. Sorry to say, bud. So that's the, I suppose, mostly position that I'm trying to come at this from bad. Yeah, that's a great example there, Alex. Like, do you think Social Security is bad because Donald Trump might cut it? Or, say, SNAP? Or other sort of, like, shall we say, not vested, but, like, social safety nets or whatever. Like, does Mallory Mcmorrow think that the ACA is bad because currently Donald Trump is cutting it right now? Think about it. Like, I find that to be, it's just a very, very, I think, childish way of, like, thinking about the social safety nets, saying that, well, I don't think we should support these things because at some point in time the other bad, mean, stinky guys might have control over it. It's like, okay, bro, like, that's really stupid. Yeah. Like, there's tons of differing examples, right, that we can point to. Not to mention, another problem with Mallory Mcmorrow is that there have been leaked donor calls of her talking about how she wants to essentially be or rather did a pitch to AIPAC to try to receive money from that damnable, disreputable organization who, generally speaking, is not really well liked or supported whatsoever by the Democratic constituency for, shall we say, rather obvious reasons because of the actions of Israel. But that's basically generally it. And it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme. Yes, I do think that you should support Abdul al-Sayed, Clay. I too also think that Abdul al-Sayed is the preferable choice / option for Michigan within that state Senate race. But I digress. Why don't we take a look into this video? See what's the buzz about. I'm a little curious.
Why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well, I mean,
intriguing. Now, okay. That's an interesting way of sort of seeing this. Do I think the Palestinians should get, like, an Iron Dome? Sure, fuck it. Why not? But there's a bit of a problem with this sort of mentality of a race to the sort of bottom sort of a thing. I don't really agree with this whole idea of race to the fucking bottom in order to, well, have the Palestinians be able to defend themselves from attacks from the Israelis, right? Personally, I think what should be really done in particular is, generally speaking, a settlement, right? Negotiations, or, like, and I've said this before, but I think, like, the UN, a coalition of every single country on the planet, should unironically go in to basically be like, occupy Israel for at least 2 generations in order to be able to be like, hey, you guys should just fucking stop and learn to get along. Do, well, racial integration, like, unironically, which is the same thing that the 101st Airborne did, historically speaking. If we can take a look at the U.S., historically speaking, the 101st Airborne, I think it was the 101st, I could be wrong there, helped racially integrate white schools and, well, black children, white and black kids into schooling, for example. And that was highly successful. So why don't we just do the same thing, but with Israel and Palestine? Obviously, it would have to be on a significantly larger scale, but the idea, I think, is basically the same thing. It would make it such that no one would have to get, like, the Iron Dome or the whatever, and that would be wholeheartedly unnecessary. Okay, that's not exactly accurate, but you know what I mean.
hello. For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama.
Also, by the way, Alex, I think the reason why she's saying that is because it's a play to try to get at the voters of you know, the relatively large like Muslim minority that exists within Michigan. Yada yada yada. Yeah, it's all a play. Do I actually think she believes that? Questionable at best. But yes, I think I also talked about this briefly, where Mallory Mcmorrow, Michigan Senate candidate, drops out of interview with podcaster Matt Bernstein. After reaching out initially, she canceled when informed there would be questions on healthcare and foreign policy. I think I also made like a quick blurb on this. I'm just like, that seems kind of crazy, like, and really fucking stupid. Like, that would just make her look really, really fucking bad. But I guess Matt's probably going to explain that and say, like, well, maybe it was like a scheduling issue instead or something.
Or who doesn't keep up with the iconic drag queen Lady Bunny, who posted about said drama on Instagram. This has been a long time coming. Allow me to explain. After I interviewed Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan, his Democratic primary opponent, Mallory Mcmorrow, reached out to me saying that she would like to be interviewed. I was honestly a little surprised by this, given that Mallory...
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, honestly, okay, I'll give that to Mallory Mcmorrow and her team, okay? I'm gonna... Not that I think Mallory Mcmorrow is a good candidate or whatever. I'll give that to her. I think that's, in a campaign sense, politically intelligent, right? Because what was one of the main criticisms that I've had of Bernie Sanders during his 2020 campaign? When the centrist Voltron was metaphorically rolled out in order to try to stop Bernie in 2020, what did Bernie not do? Also roll out a bunch of differing endorsements to try to somewhat soft counter the centrist Voltron of endorsements that Joe Biden got during Super Tuesday in 2020. I think of this sort of in a similar manner as to that. I think that in terms of the politics of this, it makes sense what she's doing here. I think it is sound.
And I have some key policy disagreements. In her race, Mallory is running on the standard Democratic liberal Zionist position of, two-state solution, fund the Iron Dome, but Netanyahu bad, but also no sanctions about it, etc. She's also not running on Medicare for All. But I wanted to do the interview so I could ask her about those positions. Her team and I set a date and a time for the interview, and after I submitted a topic list, which included healthcare and foreign policy, they canceled and offered no time to reschedule. I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong, but
yeah, that's a good point, Bloom. Yeah, imagine running against a medical professional and not wanting to discuss healthcare.
Why are you gay?
Shut up, sacrificial MILF. What the fuck was I saying? Yeah, like, I mean, I know there was like that Politico hit piece that came out saying that Abdul Al-Sayed should not be calling himself a physician because of the fact that he never actually practiced medically or some shit, which I think is incredibly fucking stupid. It's unironically, I think, just an incredibly like cringy, stupid semantic argument. For what reason exactly? I don't know, because liberals are grasping at fucking straws. Even like Destiny, for example, is running on that shit. But that's because Destiny's a spite-driven fucking weirdo who should be made fun of at all costs. But whatever, that's Destiny in a nutshell. That whole fucking hit piece from Politico, I thought was just fucking dog shit, man. It was such a bad hit piece, and it's just like, okay, man, he, instead of going into a private medical practice, he decided to dedicate himself to public service instead. Which is, I find to be, like, incredibly irritating, to be honest. And it shows you how much the United States of America, just broadly speaking, does not value public professionals, for example, right? Like, they hate people who are going into the public sector to try to better people's lives, because they're just like, ugh, why would you do that when you can make a bunch of money? It's like, well, what if someone just wants to be like helpful and nice instead? Like, can we not be just nice for once in our lives? Why does everything have to be like shitty and just terrible for no reason? It's just like, I don't know, like, why choose love and over hate, I guess, in a really like cringy way that I'm trying to throw this together. I hope it kind of makes sense what I'm saying here.
I do kind of wonder sometimes if, because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am, that people just think I'm like the gay guy, who who will talk about gay things and not much else.
What are
And
you,
not to
gay?
be too like Sex and the City about it, but I can't help but wonder if they reached out to me thinking I'd just asked Mallory about like her LGBT record, you know? But in any case, I tweeted that I was disappointed that her team had canceled, and the tweet quickly got traction, and within a couple hours, her team reached out, and her schedule had opened back up, and we were back on. So I
That's
don't know.
very convenient.
Maybe an honest scheduling error, maybe not. Make of it what you will. I had my good friend and host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, join me for this interview. Love her so much. And
Exciting.
without further ado, State Senator Mallory Mcmorrow, welcome to A Bit Fruity.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I've been following you for years, by the way, so this is very exciting for me.
Oh, wow, that means so much to me.
If I recall correctly, Mallory Mcmorrow used to be more left-leaning, I believe, but obviously, the moderating for the express purpose of being in political office, getting into political office, and then I guess never really moved from those positions. If I recall a tiny little bit of her history correctly, I could be kind of wrong on this, but I think there was a Majority Report segment about that as well, referring to Majority Report quite a bit. But yeah, she used to be like more progressive and believed in more like progressive positions and whatnot, and then well, as I suppose American politics does to one, I don't know, they just kind of lost the sort of metaphorical fire in them, I guess. Sure.
Seriously though, I know we had like all of this like scheduling drama, and I know in the wake of all of that, you could have very easily just been like, I'm not going to do this one, and it would have made sense to me. So it really does mean a lot to me that you're here today, and I also know that like a lot of Michigan voters listen to this podcast, might see this, and I think they're probably really grateful that you're here.
Absolutely, and thank you for rolling with us. I mean, balancing, running a statewide campaign. I'm the state Senate Majority Whip, so I've got that whole job, and I have a 5-year-old, so our schedule. My scheduler is everything. She manages to piece it all together, but I'm really grateful that you rolled with us to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get into it. State Senator Mallory Mcmorrow, you are in this 3-person primary race for the U.S. Senate representing Michigan. That's really captured the attention of the country. And I want you to help us characterize it a little bit for people who might be hearing about this race for the first time. You have these two opponents, right? On one hand, you have Haley Stevens, who is the AIPAC-endorsed super pro-Israel, sort of an extension of like Chuck Schumer's brand of the Democratic Party, I'd say, pretty old guard.
We love Chuck
Haley
Schumer,
Stevens
don't we,
was
folks?
notably booed at her own Michigan Democratic Party convention recently. I'll throw a video in there if I can find it.
Yeah, we took a look at this. That was, not great for Haley fucking Stevens, but yeah, I mean, her association, generally speaking, with Chuck Schumer, like, I see this mostly as, like, a positive fucking development because it shows that the Democratic constituency is just, in not a metaphorical sense, but more in a more literal sense, have just had, like, enough of the old guard. Can we get in something new, something with passion and fire, and something that's actually going to help produce more equitable outcomes as expected from a more left-leaning party, or at the very least, like, actual fucking liberal policy that is expected from a liberal party that the Democrats purport to be. I've talked about this concept before, but I really do not think the Democratic Party is a liberal party. Far from it, to be quite honest. I see the Democratic Party as essentially just another just conservative party that exists within the United States of America. And honestly, with a lot of the policies and positions that they generally speaking hold, that has become, or rather been made, very, very clear.
Which was pretty amazing. And then on the other side, you have Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who we interviewed on the show a few weeks ago. Dr. El Sayed is a very progressive candidate, wrote a book on Medicare for All, very pro-Palestine. And I think, and please feel free to dispute this characterization, that most people view you as like someone in the middle. So I was wondering if you could first just like define yourself in the context of this race.
For sure. So to put the race into perspective, Michigan has an open U.S. Senate seat. Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. We have Mike Rogers, in all likelihood the nominee on the Republican side, who ran against Alyssa Slotkin in 2024, lost by only 19,000 votes. The Republicans and Trump view this as their best chance to block Democrats from having a path at taking the U.S. Senate. They're spending, the Senate leadership PAC announced $45 million that they're going to be spending.
Yes, and we've talked about this before, but theoretically speaking, because more or less, if we're talking about the dynamics of the 2026 midterms, the House, I don't want to say that the Republicans are going to operate off of the assumption that it is period, end of story, lost. I mean, it purely depends on what Trump is thinking, right? He may think that there could be plays to be made for the House, which I would say is very, very foolish. But then again, Trump is not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, for lack of a better term, and his brain is wallahi fucking cooked. So maybe he'll think that there's some kind of a play for the fucking House of Representatives. Personally, I don't really see that being the case whatsoever. But yeah, well, why? I mean, if your opponent is making a mistake, you should just let them make said mistake. Sun Tzu. I think it was Sun Tzu who said that. I'm pretty sure it was Sun Tzu who said that. Whatever. So, okay, whatever. If the Republicans want to waste a bunch of resources in trying to prevent the fall of the House, that's ultimately their decision. They can have fun with that. Blah, 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 blah. The Senate, however, is a bit more of a toss-up, right? There is certainly a chance for the Democrats to be able to take the Senate, but it is very, very marginal, right? A lot more Democratic seats are up for grabs in comparison to that. Not really a lot more. A couple more, I would say. Democratic seats are up for grabs in comparison to that of Republican seats. So there is a path, and it is possible. However, it's sketchy at best. So does that mean you shouldn't fight for that? That you should just, I don't know, lay down and metaphorically die? No, of course not. You can certainly make plays for those seats because of the historic unpopularity of Donald Trump's agenda and the Republican Party right now. So definitely should be an attempt made for a lot of these seats, blah, 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 blah. I think it's a good idea. There's certainly a chance, and you're not successful in politics if you do not take every chance that is, well, presented to you, even if it's a marginal one at best.
Spending in Michigan, which is more than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, New Hampshire. So this is it. So it makes sense.
Yeah, they're spending a lot of money in Michigan. They're even spending money in fucking Texas to try to fend off James Tallarico. Like, Texas.
That this has sort of captured the attention of the country, and we have a fiercely competitive Democratic primary.
You do. I should add, so people know, sorry, don't mean to cut you
Yeah.
off, but it's like,
There's a lot of
depending on
people
what
in
poll
there.
you look at, which are coming out like relentlessly, it's like neck and neck with the three of you.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. But your characterization is right. What I firmly believe is that the Democratic Party needs a reckoning, that the old guard establishment of the party has really let us down. The first question I was asked when I got in a year ago was, would you support Chuck Schumer for leader? And I said no. Apparently I was the first candidate in the country to say so. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have built a very different blueprint. So for me, I know that people want to put us into...
I do have to say, listen, just to say this real quick, I do think it is a good thing more and more and more that people are saying, fuck Chuck Schumer. God, he sucks so bad. Well, listen, I was trying to keep the Baileys happy by keeping the left pro-Israel, and it's clearly not working. Everybody in my party hates me.
neat little lane boxes, and I just don't think that's how Michiganders think. We have people in our state who voted for both Rick Snyder, a Republican governor, and Gretchen Whitmer. We have people who voted for Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. This is a state where you don't have to register by party, and people tend to vote for the person that they like. But of the field, I am the
Which I think is the best way, honestly. Like, that's how democracy should, generally speaking, be practiced, or whatever, I'll be honest. Yeah, fuck Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is just like a pathetic fucking loser who's just not willing to push back or really do much of anything. Like, unironic, like, deer stuck in the headlights, like, Lovecraftian sort of, like, fish person where, like, sometimes I just wonder if there's, like, much of anything going on in, like, Hakeem Jeffries' head. Or if he just, like, goes along with, like, Chuck Schumer's just, like, fucking terrible political, not policy, but strategy, just for like no reason or whatever. And do I think it's plausible that there's a hostile takeover of the Democratic Party? I'm skeptical about that at best, to be honest. Not because I wouldn't want to see that to happen, but I don't think the Democratic constituency is probably going to be receptive to that, Clay. That's what I think. So the only reason, for example, because here's the thing, and I think the majority report has also talked about this before, but broadly speaking, for example, a lot of Democrats in like 2016, 2020 really liked the Democrats and the party itself. They thought that they were an effective mechanism and tool in order to be able to push back against the Republicans. Obviously, every lefty under the sun was saying, like, no, they're not. They are really fucking shit, and they don't do anything whatsoever to provide effective pushback against fascism. You are goofy. You are silly if you actually fucking think that, okay? We ended up being correct, of course, but it took 2024 and the current, like, insanity of Donald Trump for it to actually play out. And I've said this before with like a lot of Americans, for example, Americans, unless like something is not like very very clearly in front of them, and this is why I say you guys are fucking stupid for some reason. For a couple reasons, to be honest. If something is not like being like very plain and just laid out in front of them for them to see with their eyeballs, like they're just gonna pretend like it doesn't fucking exist. And it's just like that's not how you should think, man. Like this is very very silly, and I'll say it, an incredibly self-centered way of thinking. Like, can we not think critically like for a little bit? Is that too much to ask for? I think it might be too much to ask for, guys.
Outsider, but with a track record of actually getting real shit done. I'm the only candidate to have beaten a Republican incumbent to get into office. I took on an entrenched family legacy in my first campaign for state senate, and I swung a district 20 points in a single cycle and broke the Republican supermajority. I then helped leverage a viral speech that I gave back in 2022 after I was smeared as a groomer and a pedophile by a colleague of mine. I opened a PAC. We raised millions of dollars. Yeah. I supported a dozen other candidates and flipped the entire state senate for the first time in 40 years.
Been there with the groomer and pedophile.
Oh, same here, actually.
Yeah, and can I tell you, like all of your Instagram stories were truly so helpful for us. Like, you may not know this, but a lot of us in the state senate, we've been following you for a while, kind of hitting back on a lot of the culture war bullshit.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and yeah, really appreciate everyone who like stood their ground amidst what
I mean, didn't fucking Tim Pool call Emma Vigeland like a fucking pedophile or some shit? But that's because Tim Pool's not a very intelligent person.
I think was hopefully like the height of the culture war bullshit. I'm of the belief that like so much has happened since, especially to like wreck Americans' lives economically, that even the most sort of ardent like anti-drag brunch people are now kind of like, I don't got time for that, you know?
I will never forget, there was a press conference Tudor Dixon tried to hold in the middle of the 22 cycle, and she had all these people, you know, it was under the guise of protecting girls in sports, and she made this radical claims about what was happening in the state. And there was this incredible local news broadcast that it talked about her press conference, and then the reporter pressed her, can you provide a single example of somebody being hurt in sports in Michigan? And she said no. And then they cut away to a protester who was like, I just need affordable housing. Like, I can't afford anywhere to live. And I think that's why, you know, the speech that I gave then blew up the way that it did, because I made a point of saying people who are different are not the reason your healthcare costs are too high. And we can't let people who are hateful people distract from the fact that they're not actually doing anything to help you.
Yeah, and I want to...
By the way, that's honestly, like, I'll give credit to Mallory there. That's a good answer to the fucking trans question. The TQ, quote unquote, right? It's a good answer to the question. You have to be honest where it is warranted, of course. Yeah, like the idea that fucking trans people, which by the way, constantly if you poll Americans on that fucking question or issue, constantly, it ranks as like one of the like least concerning things for Americans consistently whenever polling is done on it specifically. So the people who are having like conniptions specifically about fucking trans people are, to be honest, some of the most stupid, annoying motherfuckers who are just looking for an excuse to scapegoat a minority for worsening conditions within the United States of America. It is lazy. It is pathetic. We have seen this play out historically, constantly, historically. And I mean, it's not the first time. It'll keep happening again. Blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, it's always going to... Shit like this is always going to happen.
Talk about some of those economic issues, namely healthcare. I know going into this, we said we want to talk about foreign policy and healthcare, because especially, you know, if you're representing Michigan on the national stage, then, you know, these are things that people really care about. So Senator Mcmorrow, with regard to healthcare, you support a single payer option, which is different from something like Medicare for all or universal healthcare. I wanted to play a clip for you that's gotten some traction of you speaking about what you see as the risks of universal healthcare and just ask you more about that.
Sure.
Also, you're new to the pod and learning that I don't have a producer. So when I say, like, I'm going to throw something up on the screen, what I mean is I'm going to play the video from my phone into the microphone.
Oh, that's incredible.
So,
okay, perfect.
you know, sorry, you're welcome.
Some people.
Jesus Christ, bro. Yes, okay, Majority Report have covered this clip as well. I know exactly what clip that Matt's going to pull. And yeah, this is like her. Yeah, Matt, use Video Ninja. Listen, Matt Bernstein, if you ever see this for whatever reason, or you probably won't, but whatever. Matt, if you ever, like, just use, like, Video Ninja. It's an all-in-one package. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, okay? Or, honestly, like, even on fucking Discord you could do that. It's not great on Discord, but hey, I mean, it works.
People conflate Medicare for all with universal health care. But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on. Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Yes, that's the.
Emma, do you want to take this?
The clip.
Yeah, sure. So State Senator Mcmorrow, it feels like the implication of your framing there is that government healthcare programs shouldn't be trusted because Trump and RFK Jr. are leading them. Are there other programs, specifically healthcare programs or social programs, you think should be cut because Trump and RFK Jr. are currently in charge of them?
This is why I like Emma, bro. Because this is the exact same fucking shit that we were saying in the fucking preamble. It's like, dog, like, do you think, like, public education should be cut because Donald Trump is currently at the head of the Department of Education? Which, I mean, he's already cutting. So, I mean, I guess we don't really have to have, like, a hypothetical discussion about it. But, yeah, like, should all these other public services be cut because there's a fucking dumbass pedophile that's currently in charge with this, like, gaggle of fucking weirdos at the head of it? Like, that seems really stupid.
No, that's not at all what I intended. And, you know, why fundamentally and firmly believe that we need access to universal healthcare. We need to get there as quickly as possible. In the state Senate, I have led on efforts to codify the Affordable Care Act on the state level so you can't lose your healthcare with a pre-existing condition. We repealed our 1931 abortion ban. We helped expand a program called RX Kids statewide, which is a cash grant program for new moms and babies. We've expanded access to doulas and to midwives. We've done so much because this is such a big issue. And what I know is that people can't afford to wait. The idea that we should hold out just for one solution.
So far, rhetorically speaking, it's fine. It's good what she's saying, and this, I believe, is the exact same shit that Abdul Al-Sayed is also saying.
To me is just not what I've experienced in governing. You know, the next U.S. senator would be one of 100 members, and the votes for a true single-payer system simply aren't there. Now, there have been multiple states who have implemented state-level public options, and in those states, not only have they vastly reduced the rate of uninsured to next to zero, they've also reduced the cost of private health insurance. That is something that, as we look to how do we get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible so people aren't going bankrupt, they are not denying themselves care. You know, I am somebody who graduated from college right into the recession in 2008 wanting to be a car designer, so I did not have healthcare. I couldn't stay on my parents' plan until 26. Having that real public option, anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age can, while also ensuring if you want to keep your plan through your union or through your employer that you can, I believe is the best way that we can get to universal healthcare as quickly as possible.
We can talk about, I think, the merits of the public option versus Medicare for all, but the public option would still be run by Donald Trump and RFK Jr. or whoever ends up being a Republican.
Yeah, so far she didn't, I don't think she really answered the question there.
They take over. So, additionally, the entire Republican Party is against Medicare for all and single payer. So it's almost an assertion that Democrats shouldn't pursue Medicare for all or even single payer because potentially Republicans could get back into power and control it. I mean, that is the implication of what you said.
I don't think that it is. I think that's a mischaracterization.
How would you characterize it then?
You talk a lot on the trail and you want to make some jokes and you want to help people understand where you're coming from. This is an administration that has slashed access to mifepristone. This is an administration who intentionally withheld SNAP benefits, even though we had the funding to pay for it. In Michigan, that's 1 million kids who are on SNAP right now. I don't think we should shy away from the incredible damage that this administration is inflicting on government programs. Here in the state, I'm on the Appropriations Committee in the state Senate. We are having to backfill state Medicaid because they've vastly slashed access to funding for us. The one big awful bill means that Michigan stands to lose 13 rural hospitals. We've already seen a birthing center close in the Upper Peninsula. Now women have to drive more than 50 miles to give birth. I don't believe that it's out of line to highlight, hopefully with some humor, we're allowed to laugh sometimes, some of the incredibly damaging things that this administration has done while we are also advocating for what we would do if we get back into power, what we're going to propose, and how we're going to get there. How do you build a coalition to actually implement a policy that restores healthcare for people as quickly as possible?
I think
she's really not answering this fucking question, to be honest, right? Like, which makes me think that she might not actually be interested in pursuing the fucking policy then, right? Like, oh yeah, I mean, like, here's all the things that we can do instead, and this is what I did with my record, blah, blah, blah. She's not really answering the question here, which, yeah, it's not particularly great.
Rub there is just that the framing kind of undercuts the idea of universal programs because the bad party can take over at a certain point. And, I want Democrats to be talking about how government can provide social services for people. I think that needs to be a core part of the brand proposition. And, another part of your assertion was that Medicare for All is, I wrote the quote down, one singular government-run healthcare system that we're all on. Can you elaborate on that? Because Medicare for All is a replacement for private insurance with a single government payer, like Medicare is currently. It's not government-run healthcare.
Yes, it is. It's essentially, okay, just to say this really quick, because there are misnomers about Medicare for All. Medicare for All is essentially like, hey, Medicare, which is a popular fucking policy, what if instead of instead of like the private insurers that currently exist within the United States of America, what if we take Medicare and just give it to everybody? Because right now, at Medicare, if Boy Meets Minnie, you can correct me if I am wrong on this, but currently, with how Medicare, generally speaking, works, it is it's like basically like an age by age sort of thing, right? Like it's all distributed throughout age ranges. Now we can sort of like talk about like, well, Daho, how can you implement this? It's like, okay, so then how about we do like Medicare for like 55-year-olds, and then we go to like Medicare for like 50-year-olds, and so on and so forth until like everybody gets covered by Medicare instead, because that's the more socialized healthcare system that exists within the United States of America, right? Correct. Medicare hits at retirement. Thank you, Boy Meets So that's kind of like the idea behind Medicare for All. It's like, well, what if we just take Medicare, which is a popular policy prescription that Americans agree with? They like Medicare, right? Especially the senior Americans, of course, who benefit the most from it. What if instead of just having it such that it's only for people who go into retirement, how about we just give it to everybody instead? Which I think is totally fucking fair, right? And it essentially acts as a way to cut out the rapacious mafia middleman that is public, well, the health insurers, who are, like I said, they're just unironically a mafia, dude.
Sure, you're right. And I have taken that feedback to heart. We campaign a lot. And I do talk about this differently now so that it doesn't come across as callous. And you're right. A single payer system, Medicare for All, in the legislation as it has been introduced and sits in the Congress right now, is a single insurance plan that would by law eliminate private health insurance.
The public option, can you expand on how you would solve some of the same, say, enrollment issues that you see with Obamacare? A Medicare for All plan would promise no premiums or deductibles. It would create a single payer, the largest amount of leverage to keep costs down. That is why people want to go big with Medicare for All. A public option is an improvement of...
Because again, just to reiterate this, because currently with how the system within the United States works, it's essentially like a hodgepodge of a bunch of mafia middlemen who are taking their own cuts in terms of health insurance. For what purpose exactly? Because, well, insurance companies hate you, right? And for most healthcare, and generally speaking, it's like widely regarded as the most ineffective, like inefficient fucking medical care system I think ever on the fucking goddamn planet. Consistently, the United States of America ranks as one of the lowest in terms of healthcare outcomes in the G20, in the G7, and for the country that has the most money on the planet, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's strange. That's weird. Like, why the fuck? Like, why? Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? So you have to like ask and like think to yourself. It's like, well, why the fuck is this the case? Like, why, in comparison to that of, say, a lot of the other countries, like even fucking Canada, for example, right? We have nowhere near the same amount of money as in comparison to the United States of America. Yet we have a single payer healthcare system. We're able to fucking fund that shit, no problem. Well, it's because we have the political will to do that, or someone had the political will to be able to do that in the 70s in Canada, and it's been a highly popular policy, well, ever since. So, like, if Canada can do it, so can the United States of America.
Course on the private marketplace in the Affordable Care Act, but that would still involve premiums and deductibles. Why not go all the way to Medicare for all?
Yeah, I hear you on the vision. I 100% do. And
That's
what
a
I
really
know
bad
after almost a
argument,
decade
Clyde.
as experience in a legislator is that you need to push as far as you possibly can while building the coalition of votes to actually get it across the line. And the support for a true single payer system isn't there yet. It just isn't. So for me, what I know, I have constituents.
Amongst the Democratic constituency? It's not there yet? What? If we're talking about just getting, yeah, this is Destiny's fucking argument. It's like, it's fucking stupid. Like, no, the constituency is there. Like, what are we talking about? We're talking about for the express purpose of getting elected. Like, just because a bunch of Republicans and blue dog fucking Democrats are not interested in it, you can use political leverage in order to try to, for example, get these motherfuckers to capitulate, right? Because, again, popular fucking will is an incredibly fucking powerful tool, but for the express purpose of being like spiteful against lefties, which is mostly why Destiny says that stuff. But you can use it as a way to, in order to try to be able to get elected into office, to try to push for single payer. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's like a politician should want to be pushing for popular fucking policy in order to get elected. Like, why are we basically saying that's like not a good idea? I mean, it's just really fucking stupid, man.
Today who have canceled their ACA plans because they see their premiums have gone through the roof and they're just praying that they don't get sick and don't go to the hospital. Allowing for anybody who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of age helps us get on the path to universal health care. And I'm also somebody who fundamentally believes states are the laboratories of democracy. This is where we try things out. This is how our country was established. There has only been one state who's ever attempted a true single payer system, and it was Vermont. And they abandoned that 15 years ago when they couldn't figure out how to pay for it and they couldn't figure out the implementation. Where we now have 3 states who are running public option systems within their states that have gotten us much closer to the goal of universal healthcare. So that's how I approach policy: is what's our goal and how can we actually ensure that we get there as quickly as possible.
Moving on, Mallory.
But we're talking about a fucking, like, the federal government in comparison to that of states. Like, the federal government has so much more money and resources available to it in comparison to that of fucking the dumbass fucking states and shit like that. I think this is fucking silly. I'm gonna be honest here.
Issue that's extremely close to my heart as a Jewish person, as a tax-paying American, as a human being,
Israel.
is that of Palestine. I was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948, when Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still don't have the right to return home. So when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that that will have on Palestinians, now the Lebanese people and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to the show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, you know, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from
fucking Bill Clinton going to Dearborn, talking about fucking Judea and Samaria. God, what the fuck? What the fuck were the Democrats thinking when they came up with that fucking cockamamie idea? It's like, what are we doing here, bros? Like, yeah, dude, we're gonna talk about Judea and Samaria and talk about the Oslo Accords. It's just like, brother, what are we doing? What are we doing, man?
From Kamala Harris as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side, Abdul El Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel, and your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution, with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state." You write that the flow of aid to Gaza, quote, "needs to be restored," that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, "must stop."
Standard
and that
liberal
Hamas
Zionist
must, quote,
position.
"disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state."
So again, that already kind of exists. Like, beating me to the punch, Boy Meets Smitty. Yeah, that already exists under the Palestinian Authority, and we kind of know the problems with that. Israel has pretty much a full sort of like control, for lack of a better term, over the fucking PA, and so far it's not been really producing equitable outcomes for the Palestinians, right? That's just it's not working, folks. It's not good.
You also support funding for Israel's defensive weapons infrastructure, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Increasingly, that's changed.
Okay.
And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries. So I would support
I wonder why.
Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems. But I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean,
Okay, I mean, listen, this is kind of like a whiff waffly fucking answer. She's trying to have her cake and eat it too. To be quite honest here, I don't think this answer is particularly great here by Mallory and Mcmorrow, in my opinion at the very least. The problem here is with that position is like you don't sell the flak cannon to the fucking fascists, right? You don't sell in this fucking metaphor, you don't sell the flak cannon to the fucking Nazis. You don't do that, like, because if the Israelis, for example, the reason why they can act with such impunity in terms of their imperialistic actions, for lack of a better term, is because they know they got that fucking safety net back at home with, say, Iron Dome or David Sling, and I forget the name of the third thing that they have in like their sort of quote-unquote defensive safety net that they have. But they have the support of the United States to provide them like funding for Iron Dome, the ammunition for all of that necessary, blah 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 blah, to defend themselves, so they can continue to carry out aggressive actions with sheer impunity, like no consequences whatsoever to the aggressive actions that Israel constantly carries out over and over and over again. And like, people are supposed to just kind of like accept the fact that the United States is always going to be in the back pocket for Israel, constantly providing them not only the diplomatic cover necessary to be able to continue carrying out these actions, but also in terms of the economic actions, economic positions, to be able to continue carrying out all of the terrible actions they carry out throughout the Middle East, Gaza, what have you.
As of now, though, your policy that you're running on, just so voters are like clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you, in terms of like your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders? Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation of
the UN
law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved.
I really like the direction that Emma is taking this in, essentially, because I've said this before, but I do think that a lot of positions of the Democratic Party is completely out of lockstep of even basic principles of liberalism, right? The fact that not every Democrat, that's not accurate to say, but the fact that Democrats are all rah, everything that Israel does is like perfectly fine and defensible, when Israel in of itself is a very, very clear illiberal state, just doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, you people purport to call yourself liberals, yet you defend the actions of a clearly illiberal state. That just doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It's nonsense.
Into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, and have stolen Palestinian land. So my question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land?
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Palestinians, and long-term peace, security, and self-determination for Israelis, who all live in the region.
Okay, she's not really answering the question. Yeah, okay, it's not really an answer to the question. So, all right, the question is like, then what happens if one of those sides is not honest, right? the Israelis have constantly proven themselves to not be honest, right? In terms of negotiations. Like, then that means there has to be some form of coercion of the Israelis, right? That becomes absolutely fucking necessary. And I think that is a necessity because Israel has constantly proven themselves to not be an honest actor in terms of negotiating, right? Overzealots, for example, does a really, really good job going over, shall we say, the many various ways that Israel has not been honest in terms of negotiations when it comes to the fucking Palestinians.
And have to figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that it's the role of the legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists, but it should be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support the Netanyahu government. I think that they have continued to push well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks, in a way that is horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable, the settler violence that you see, that while it is technically illegal, they are certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3 times. And that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not. So for me, I'm somebody, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen. What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly for people who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos, who simply want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear what you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries. I understand that. But I think it's important to dissect what a two-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that should involve some sort of reparations for Palestinian land that has been stolen? Because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over by Israel. So there would have to be either a forcible removal or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the United States role. A legislator's role should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alongside Israelis. I don't believe that is my role to dictate, to put on to the people who do live there what they should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though.
Okay. But the word of a senator is incredibly fucking powerful, right? Like, so, okay, she's essentially, I think, making the argument saying that, well, who am I to be someone who forcibly displaces someone from, like, I don't know, their fucking home within the fucking West Bank or whatever. It's the same thing of, I'm trying to think of the best way to fucking put this. That a lot of, like, dishonest actors, generally speaking, will say, like, oh, what? You're for fucking land back? Well, what about all the people that are currently there? And it's just like, well, it kind of depends, right? If someone is on illegally occupied fucking land, then what they are doing is inherently fucking legal. I don't think they should be on that land. It's illegal, right? What Israel is doing in terms of the settlements is illegal, right? And I think we all acknowledge that this is the case, that this is certainly the fucking case, that what they are doing in terms of their actions with the West Bank and fucking Gaza is not legal. It is, period, end of story, kind of actually bad, guys. So, we should probably just, like, generally speaking, like, come at that from, like, that framework in particular, because we have to all acknowledge that the case of Israel doing its illegal actions within, Palestine, the West Bank, like, what have you, blah, 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 is not even in concurrence with any, like, framework of law. So, in essence, like, because of the fact that there's a bunch of settlers in there and whatnot, time for you guys to fucking leave. It is time for the implementation of the UN's security resolutions of the Palestinians, well, right to fucking return. If we care about, like, broader liberal international law, it's like, yes, then the settlers, by this logic, should leave. Period, end of story. And I think that's, broadly speaking, I think, like, I don't know if that's like a popular position amongst like the Democratic constituency. I'd have to fucking take a look at polling on that. But if we are talking about the actual like liberal position on all of this, it should be one of, yeah, if the people want to be able to go back to their homes after it being essentially, well, taken from them because of the illegal actions of a settler colonial fucking state, then they should absolutely be able to head back to those fucking, well, homes.
A little bit on, you know, your role as a senator. Sort of, you're presenting it as like.
Also, people may ask why something halfway around the world matters so much. Our tax dollars foot the bill for genocide. That's a good point, Boyman Spinney.
A little bit detached from the peace process there. Whereas, like, we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now into Lebanon, as you mentioned, it's only possible because of ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And so I wonder, if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator in this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the 90s.
Sure.
And it just hasn't borne out. I think probably
It's
everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are breaking from the establishment in a way that would materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you.
Okay, it's a good thing that Matt brought up tax dollars there, because that's always going framing this in a American tax dollar sort of sense is always going to be probably the best way to frame this shit, because okay, I'll say it, you damned Americans can only think with your fucking goddamn wallets, which I have a problem with, generally speaking, but then again, it's because the metaphorical wallet of the American people is being constantly attacked by so many fucking bourgeois dipshits.
Framed it that way, because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is the specific framework of the borders of the nations. The other is what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation. I would have voted alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today.
That's fair.
My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been horrifying to watch how Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted this ongoing war against.
Okay, but that's like, this is the fucking problem, though. Like, what she's saying isn't fucking wrong, obviously. She's not wrong by saying, like, it's obviously bad what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. The issue is that this isn't just Benjamin Netanyahu. It's the entire state apparatus of Israel. Like, this is the purpose. Like, coming at it from like, well, Benjamin Netanyahu's kind of bad. It's like, well, I mean, unironically, the liberal opposition that exists within Israel, that there is one, also endorsed the Greater Israel Project. They're going to pursue the exact same fucking policy and prescriptions as Israel is. Like, it's not going to really make anything better. It's going to just make things, well, much worse, to be quite honest. So that's why I'm just like, when I hear this stuff of like, well, you know, we have to focus on the fucking Benjamin Netanyahu government. It's like, okay, I don't disagree with that, right? Like, you're correct when you say this. The problem is that by hyper specifically only just fixating on the Benjamin Netanyahu government, you forget about what essentially led us to this position.
Palestinians, against Lebanese, against Yemenis, in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in is keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population. And Matt, your question is the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver said almost exactly what you said, which is, how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids? That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side. I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an ethic, in that it engenders understanding, and when you can live alongside people who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking about who has the right to have land and to live in peace, I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba, and the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for Israel and Palestine? Because a shared land would be, in my view, American, and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah, and it may very well be. There are people who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have. And I always try to check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it is like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed. And I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator as a legislator to check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community that you're right, Emma, a two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my view.
But okay, that's never going to happen, though. Like, that's never happening. Because Israelis are not interested in that. Period. End of story. Because at some point, it's like the exact same argument that I have with the... am I correct in saying that it's the 101st Airborne who basically helped to integrate, the races, I believe, right? Within school segregation, if I recall correctly. Boy Meets I'm not sure if I'm recalling my history there correctly or not. But Israel, as a state, has constantly made it extremely clear that they're just not interested in that. So at some point in time, you have to acknowledge that force is the only way that this is going to be done, right? Like, that's just how it is, man. Like, are there people within Israel who are interested in seeing conflict at the end? Sure, that's not what I'm doubting, of course, whatsoever. Like, everyone has their own opinions about, like, certain positions and whatnot, blah, 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 blah. But when it comes to Israel, right, specifically, Israel has made it as a state, which is why I don't like this criticism of quote-unquote saying, oh, it's the Netanyahu government, blah, 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 which is, I don't like that criticism whatsoever, right? Benjamin Netanyahu has made it rather clear that his party and the people that run the show in Israel they're just not interested in it, which means at some point in time you have to operate under the assumption that it's like, well, we've tried literally everything. Every negotiated settlement has not worked. Literally everything in terms of basically the attempts to try to resolve the conflict has been done. One side is clearly not interested in resolving said conflict. It is time for force. It's time for force. And that's just how it is sometimes, dude. I'm not saying this because I think it's a good thing or a bad thing or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I don't think it's necessarily good or bad or whatever, right? But at some point in time, you just have to be like, well, okay, time to get a metaphorical fucking boot in your ass.
Use on residents of another country.
Yeah, I'll move on a little bit, but I think it's just, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage as a U.S. senator to stop this violence, which we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure and currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome. I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like, the Iron Dome allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face the same threat of retaliation.
Man, that's the same thing I said.
I hear you. As you can imagine, this is a conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where we have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East. And it is the job to go in with an open mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is increasingly the outmost like objective correct decision then is to then defund Israel then. Is to defund the quote-unquote
defensive weapons and everything from Israel. Then that is the correct choice. Then, right? Yes, this is all a J Street fucking talking points here. 1000 fucking percent Boy Meets Mini. Then okay, then the correct position is to then defund Israel, right? Because the polling from the people has been made rather clear, right? The Democratic constituency does not agree with the actions of Israel, like at this point, at this current juncture right now.
View of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition that they are going at everything they possibly can and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. You know, I am not so tied to an individual viewpoint that I'm not willing to change my mind when the facts on the ground change.
I guess then to that end, why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure? What is, I guess, sort of your positive vision in supporting that policy? You know what I mean?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well, I mean,
the horror.
Yeah, I see this, like, again, like I mentioned before. I think this is purely deflectionary, right? Like, the Palestinians or the Israelis would not necessitate to have an Iron Dome if Israel wasn't, like, flagrantly just constantly violating international law over and over and over again, right? Like, this would not need to be a conversation if Israel just, let's just, I'm saying this metaphorically, calm their fucking goddamn tits and stop just bombing the shit out of, like, 8 different fucking countries currently in the world right now. Like, if it's like, okay, sure, like, we can, like, I don't know, get our sloppy toppy benefit for American defense contractors or whatever. Maybe Israel should just, like, stop the bombings, and then we wouldn't need to have this conversation anymore.
Of living in fear of being bombed constantly. Let's work with the outcome of how do we end the violence, period.
But I mean,
but then backing away from that, how do we protect people?
I think then, though, that sort of probes at, like, maybe we're coming from different worldviews here a little bit, because my worldview, and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well, is like multiculturalism, where we live amongst each other and where multiculturalism and a respect for one another keeps us safe. And so, like, I don't want to talk about, like, everyone getting their Iron Dome and everyone arming up and everyone getting more and more defensive and offensive and everyone getting more violent and everyone. I mean, I just did an episode that actually comes out today, which I'm very excited about, with Naomi Klein, about Tucker Carlson's worldview that he has been espousing as of late. And he does view the world that way, where, in America, we should bunker down and have our white Christian nation, and everyone else is bunkered down in their own very racialized nations as well, with, like, tons of weapons, and we're all segregated. And, like, I just find that to be such a grim reality, Yeah. And so I think, like, I'm wondering if your politics could come from a different place philosophically, where it's not like, what about funding also the Palestinian Iron Dome, where it's about taking away the Iron Dome from Israel, this thing that, in my opinion, allows them to continue operating as a genocidal apartheid state unchecked.
Well, and I think where you and I find agreement here is exactly that. Ideally, we should be at a place where we're not armed to the teeth against each other. We are a multicultural society in our country, and yet we have more guns than we have people in the United States. I sat on the state Senate floor below 4 men with AR-15s and full tactical vests who, I promise you, wanted me dead. That is not the world that I want to live in. The goal, yes, is let's have multicultural societies where we're not attacking each other. I do start at that place, and I want to make sure that I go in recognizing that I would have a responsibility. I have a responsibility today as a state senator to check my personal beliefs at the door sometimes and make decisions that are in the best interest of protecting as many people as possible.
And do you think the Iron Dome is in service of that?
I would love to get to a place where it's not needed, period, for anybody.
Okay, I mean, it's not really an answer to the question. All right, so the Iron Dome, the only reason why it is quote-unquote necessary for, let's just say, because she did a pretty good job of essentially not, like, really answering the question. She did a good job answering that fucking question, right? The problem, fundamentally speaking, is the only reason why an Iron Dome is necessary is because of the actions of fucking Israel. Israel has made it very, very clear constantly with its actions that they are not interested in changing, and that they are wholeheartedly okay with continuing its genocidal fucking actions across its fucking neighbors, across, like, various states, blah 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 blah, right? Israel has made that, shall we say, rather fucking clear. So then the thing then becomes, it's like, okay, well, since Israel is constantly acting with just sheer fucking impunity and has never been interested whatsoever in changing any of its course of action, then the problem becomes like, okay, why should we trust or believe any of the actions of this state that has not been, fundamentally speaking, interested in terms of changing its fucking course of action or doing anything in terms of, shall we say, the apartheid that's happening in the fucking goddamn country, right? Like, we have to say, like, dog, like, you can't trust or believe the current system that's put in place, so therefore it needs to be changed. That's the issue. That's the problem. So it's just like, she's not really going to fucking answer the fucking question whatsoever, but instead just being like, yeah, personally I think that Israel is like kind of bad. It's not great. I don't think that Netanyahu's not Israel, but that Netanyahu is rather bad and not great, and just continue to not answer the question. It's like, well, you're not really answering the main fucking problem here. Like, you're refusing to answer, and that's like the ultimate problem that lefties, generally speaking, are going to have with her.
Okay. Do you believe Israel has committed and is committing a genocide?
Yeah, we went through this on our campaign. Based on the legal definition, I've said this, I do believe that it meets the definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction to that word that moves us.
Okay, I mean, listen, like, she had me there in the first half, and now she's fucking lost me. Like, I'm gonna be honest here, like, because every fucking like human rights organization that operates either within Israel or other locations has said, like, yeah, what they're doing is it's genocide, guys. It is.
Apart from each other. And when I believe that most people in both the Jewish community and Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome, why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word and recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing? How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition is important because of international law, and we're seeing right now the Trump administration and, frankly, the Biden administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And, you know, there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025. This has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide. Don't you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time when the foreign policy of the United States, and by extension Israel, is might makes right?
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent, and to build the coalition that we need to hit the same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain and suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point, that we continue to pay for this, needs to end. And I want to keep my people together at a moment when so much of the emphasis is not how to tear them apart.
Yeah, I don't mean to be pedantic. I really, really don't with like the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening to a group of people. And to me, like anyone's feelings about that word, I think are not as important as like.
Yeah, like honestly, like to a lot of the people who have their fucking fifis heard about this shit, sorry, libcucks. Facts don't care about your fucking feelings, but international law has made it rather fucking clear that yeah, the shit that Israel's fucking pulling right now, yeah, it's just a violation of all of your supposed fucking goddamn principles and shit. It's just like, dog, like, this has to be acknowledged, right? Like, because otherwise you just come off as like a fucking hypocrite and it makes you look bad. And I do think that liberals make themselves look rather bad in terms of the question of still supporting fucking Israel. I'm gonna be honest.
Recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law, you know?
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well, you know, it
depends on the family
depends
member.
on the family member, and it's tense. But ultimately, I assume, you know, you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's, especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have, you know, different levels of you know, Zionist indoctrination and also differing sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But I think, though, the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations within families. I respectfully disagree, and I believe the responsibility of a legislator, somebody who represents, I'm asking for the trust to represent 10 million people in a very diverse state that is a purple state that could very easily go to the Republicans. My greatest joy in this job as a legislator is when I get to help people one-on-one and when I get to be a part of their story. And keeping coalitions together is hard work. And I believe we can respect international law and the ICC and have a legislator who respects their stances and understands that in order to move forward to...
Then at this point in time, you should be okay with calling Israel a genocidal apartheid state, because international law has essentially stipulated at this point in time that, yeah, what they are, not even just like international law, but groups within Israel and other like international entities have come to the agreement that what Israel is doing is tantamount to apartheid and is certainly genocidal, right? Like, sorry, like I'm gonna be honest, guys. I really do not care about like the fucking wordplay that a lot of these pedants will, generally speaking, engage in. I'm keeping it a fucking $1.50. I don't give a shit about it. Like, it's obvious, it's fucking clear what Israel is doing is a constant and flagrant violation of not only the international law, of the current, shall we say, like rules-based order that we all, generally speaking, have an agreement in accordance with, and it is extremely clear that Israel as a state is not interested in changing course. Right? They have constantly expressed that they are not going to do anything about the flagrant nature of the genocidal actions that they are taking. And as a result, something has to be fucking done about this, whether it be through resolutions from the UN, which have already been implemented and sort of like talked about and done in various ways, or to like other various like institutions that have broadly speaking pointed out and said like, yeah, what Israel is doing is flagrantly illegal and something should be done in order to fucking stop that, because they have made it very, very clear that they're just not interested in fucking listening, right? There has to be some form of accountability or punishment, to be quite honest, to essentially take care of this problem, metaphorically speaking, because again, they're not interested in doing anything about it. That's the fucking problem, dude.
The goal that I think all of us on this call share is to keep a state like mine together and to not let this issue tear people apart, because if we let it tear us apart, we get Mike Rogers. Trump gets a win. And there is no love lost on the other side of the aisle here, with an administration that allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to convince us to go to war with Iran.
I think, because we're still in the primary, especially, like I'm pressing, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And, you say that it's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue. But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise.
This is true.
But sort of when I look at what a candidate like Dr. Abdullah Sayed is doing around this issue, it doesn't feel like we actually have to abandon dignity and actual justice for Palestinians to keep that coalition together. I mean, like we said at the beginning, you guys are all, neck and neck.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we need to either, and that's not my goal at all.
I guess, on this topic, we've exhausted it a little bit, but you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself.
Thank you, Emma, for bringing it into, again, a framing that a liberal should understand, that, of course, being, well, human rights and international sort of law, of course, right? Like, again... I've said this before, and I'll say it again, but I do think that, for example, a lot of fucking liberals do not actually agree with broader liberal international fucking laws and fucking principles, to be honest. Like, I think that a lot of liberals are incredibly illiberal themselves.
B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think that when we're talking about how to keep a coalition together, the 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money, that would, I would imagine, be the position that would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's reflective in polls, and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based off of polls is not a way that you win in a state like ours. And Matt, I hear that.
Oh, that's a fucking cop-out answer, dude. That's a complete fucking cop-out, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like, you're running for the the Democratic fucking primary. You're not running for the general. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me, right? Like, are there Republicans that are voting in your Democratic fucking primary for Democratic candidates? Really? Nah, this is like, dude, this is a fucking cop out answer. I'm gonna be quite honest here. Like, this is fucking bullshit, bro.
That you
Well,
don't
it's
want to
both
talk about the
polls
general.
and morality. Both polls and international law and morality.
And talking about morality, Trump put out an AI generated video of Trump Gaza and
Trump
has
Gaza,
told us
number
we
one,
cannot afford
folks.
daycare, we cannot afford Medicare, we cannot afford Medicaid. And not only that, but that states should tax themselves even more to pay for those selfish things so that we can pay for a war that he took us into because Netanyahu convinced him to do so. And every single Republican in the House and the Senate refused to vote on the war powers resolution. So I agree. You'll find agreement. And I live and serve in a deeply purple state that has to focus on November and Mike Rogers and the tens of millions of dollars that will be funneled into this state because it is a coalition of as many people in the state as possible. You don't win in Michigan without independents. You don't win in Michigan without Republicans. So it is keeping the Democrats together, keeping the
Okay, no, the fuck out of here. Like, you don't win in Michigan without fucking Republicans. Like, nah, that's the fucking stupid loser shit, bro. We're talking about the Democratic primary. We're not talking about just like the general. Can you win in Michigan without Republicans? Yeah, probably, maybe. Seemingly, Democrats have been able to do that consistently within Michigan. So, like, what's like really the difference now? Like, this is some fucking tomfoolery, dude.
Democrats engaged, keeping our diverse communities together to recognize we have the shared goals. We do. And it's hard work, and it's work that I'm in every single day. So hopefully, you see, there's not disagreement here, but it is the work every single day in keeping our people together so that we don't lose a seat to somebody who would rubber stamp everything Trump wants to do, who will certainly not end this war or secure security for Palestinians anytime soon if it were up to him.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up. I know you probably have to run, busy day, running a campaign. I think neither of us would argue that like every Republican is doing all of this and worse, much worse. And none of us would argue, in favor of anything Trump is doing. I just think especially, during primary season when we are, being given the chance to put our, what we think is our best Democrat forward, that we're, pushing you on some of these issues, because I think something that I'm sure you've heard is that a lot of Democratic voters feel like we have an establishment that isn't fighting sufficiently.
And I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
This is a party that's not meeting this moment, not only on this issue, but on voting rights, on civil rights, on childcare and healthcare and housing. There's so much at stake here, which is why I'm doing what I can. I believe truly that we built a blueprint in Michigan, in the legislature, when we flipped control of the legislature for the first time in my entire lifetime, that we can take with us to Washington. And build a party that knows how to fight and knows how to win and knows how to actually get things done for people.
Totally. And I just want to mention, like, as a New Yorker, I got to rep my city and, push back on the idea that we have to make these sort of like middle of the road concessions on some of these issues, especially like a humanitarian issue. We had Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who just won in my city.
Zoran.
And, 1 in 10 Mamdani voters also voted for Trump. There was a small but mighty MAGA for Mamdani coalition. And you know what? It's confounding, but that's, I guess,
amazing.
It's amazing. It's how the world works. And, he's someone who really didn't concede on his beliefs on any of these issues. So, of course, I would be remiss if I did
could
not
be manga for
encourage you
Mamdani.
to
Doesn't
do
make
the
any
same.
sense.
Mallory,
Weird.
thank you so much for joining today. I really mean it. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you to you both.
Cool. And that is our interview. I've been really enjoying talking to candidates, honestly, more than I thought I would. And
Okay, I guess my overall conclusions. So, I guess sort of like expected, she did a whole bunch of politicians speak. The standard J Street sort of line has been adopted for a bunch of her fucking talking points when it comes to specifically Israel, and I think her position on Medicare for all, I think is very stupid and fucking incomprehensible. I'm gonna be honest here. Yeah, saying forehead that a bunch of it's not necessarily as great to pursue for public fucking healthcare options and whatnot because of the Republicans, the big, mean, stinky, bad party is going to have control of them sometimes. I think it's just incredibly fucking stupid. I think it's a childish way of fucking thinking, to be quite honest. And I don't think is really helpful in particular whatsoever. Like, I'm going to be honest here. Otherwise, yeah. The positions on Israel, it was honestly standard fucking J Street sort of positions, I'm gonna be honest. like just like whatever. Yeah, like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini. I feel like she's okay, but she's just too fucking corpo, and basically I think like when push comes to shove, she'll probably like back off and probably capitulate to the more like palatable corporate position if given an opportunity to be able to do as such. So basically like the same issue that a lot of people have had with like Democrats for the latter part of about what like the past 30 years basically, right? Like when push comes to shove is not actually going to do everything possible in order to effectively push back for the interests of the fucking constituents. Because, like I've said before, the constituency has made it rather clear that they do not support the actions of Israel in any way, shape, or form. And if you are not interested in pursuing the basis for the United States and a liberal sort of like internationalist sort of framework to try to essentially alleviate or do something about the fact that there is an actor within the world who is flagrantly disregarding international law and fucking principles. I think it's not a particularly good look, especially if you are a Democratic fucking candidate under any fucking circumstance, right? Because of the fact that, well, the Israelis, as I've said before, have made it rather blatant and clear that they are just wholeheartedly uninterested in essentially abiding by international law and principle, of which the basis of the entirety of the Republic of the United States of America has basically been built upon. And a lot of the Democratic senators who purport to be supporters of international law and the rules-based order that exist also seem to be uninterested in essentially punishing, and I'll say punishing, a state that is wholeheartedly uninterested in essentially pursuing the principles of which their shall we say greatest patron is in support of, generally speaking. But again, like capital interests have essentially like helped to pervert that sort of like shall we say understanding and action that is broadly speaking being taken within a lot of these sort of, well, states and positions. But yeah, like overall, like pretty like standard like Democrat like corporatist nonsense, to be quite honest, from Mallory or Mcmorrow. Like things that you can see is like, oh yeah, overall fucking agreeable. She did pretty good considering the position in this interview that she was in, all things considered, right? We have to call a fucking spade a spade. She did well in this interview, of course. And because I just don't really agree at all with her fucking positions in terms of, well, either Medicare for all or fucking Israel, to be quite honest, right? And we have to constantly acknowledge the sort of like shortcomings and the problems that exist with like Democratic fucking candidates, because again, like I said before, I think like the best one is obviously Abdul al-Said, and he's the one who is actually interested in shall we say, as I like to very often claim, or say rather, the essentially the finishing of the metaphorical cycle of samsara that is the conflict within Israel fucking Palestine, by essentially proposing the exact same things that Ilan Pape would say, saying that the only way forward is a one democratic state and one state with democratic equal rights for all, rather. There we go. And I really think that that's pretty much the only way forward at this current juncture, because it's becoming more and more obvious and clear that Israel themselves are just not interested whatsoever in sort of a pursuit of well, the international rules-based order that helped to build the general sort of like liberal, shall we say, environment that we currently find ourselves under. But yeah, I mean, overall, it was a pretty solid interview. Glad I took a look at this because lots of interesting things were gleaned and learned from, of course. So yeah, don't think there's like really much else to say besides I still think the preferable candidate in this race is Abdul Al-Sayed because of the fact that, well, you know, I am on the left, and I think that essentially his positions on healthcare are better, and that, well, his positions on Israel are also better because, at the very least, it is wholeheartedly in line with liberal fucking principles like belief in international law and whatnot. Cool. Thank you, Zane. Putis indeed. I don't know. I don't think Putis would be particularly a big fan of international law. So I'm sorry to say, I don't think Putis really cares about that. But I have good news. But we got our 1,000 science bottles. For our high pressure science packs. And we were able to complete the thing that lets us open up Crucible. Where is it? I have got so much research done. Jesus. Hydrogen. This. Advanced hydrogen metallization. So, and that will let us be able to start researching hydrogen metallization productivity. So basically, we need this for this recipe here specifically, that being hydrogen remetallization. Essentially, we take the unstable hydrogen plates and we start turning them into more stable hydrogen plates. But this is a bit of a production line in of itself, of which I could probably set up in remote view. I do believe I shipped in a bunch of cryogenic plants. What you doing? Essentially, shall we say, solving a problem planet that's been a bit of an issue. That I didn't want to wait around for 1,000 science packs in order to research this important research, so then we can essentially finish that fucking planet off. So what we need to do is we need to ship in a bunch of ammonia. Yeah, we need to ship in a bunch of ammonia, which should be pretty easy, from Aquilo. We need to ship in some fluoroketone, so we'll send the mule there. And we also need to ship in lithium, because we're going to be making liquid hydrogen. With the liquid hydrogen, we make lithium hydrate. And then with the lithium hydrate and more liquid hydrogen, we can start the remetallization process of hydrogen. Of which it seems like it gives us back our lithium in a one-to-one exchange. So basically, we make one shipment of lithium and then done. Because this is a one-to-one loop. Although honestly, it's actually not a one-to-one loop because we are probably going to use productivity modules. Now, okay. I'm not sure if we can use productivity modules. We can probably check that. Where's Crucible? There's Crucible. Why are we so zoomed out like this? Eventually, we're going to have to think about all of the diamonds that we have as well. Need to start shipping those out specifically for the creation of railguns, of which we have plenty of. The only reason why we can't do that is because we don't have any doped rocket fuel. So we can't build rockets. Unfortunate. But once we get this hydrogen remetallization process loop going, then it's not going to be an issue. But yeah, we have diamonds up at the wazoo. We have rubies up at the wazoo, of which we will also need to ship out a bunch of. And we also need to make sure that these things that take care of the that do the containment of the denaturated hydrogen is also going to be able to keep up, because if it's not able to keep up, we're going to have a lot of damaged and exploding machines. And that's not great, folks. Not ideal. Because did you know, guys, that hydrogen is kind of unstable? Shocker, I know. And then we'll be able to produce plenty of rocket fuel, plenty of this shit, plenty of the other shit, blah, 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 blah. We also need to make sure that we have limiters placed on these specifically, because we do not want there to be a bunch of active hydrogen plates just sitting in these requester chests, not producing anything. Because eventually, hydrogen plates spoil into the unstable versions, and then they can go get reprocessed before they spoil even further to be essentially gotten rid of or reprocessed, and to make sure that they don't have a nuclear explosion. Very important that we stop the nuclear explosions. And we have plenty of stuff that we need to ship out of here as well. Emery needs to be shipped out of here for creation of more platforms. Diamonds need to be shipped out of here for the creation of more railguns. And we need to make hydrogen filament to make more quantum processors. There's a couple of other things that I think we need to ship out. There was a new recipe that was also added, I think, in a patch. I think it was just the hydrogen filament, I think. Also, yeah, this stuff produces a lot of, shall we say, explosive results. Hydrogen. Just so I can pull up this thing. Here. Yeah, it's this shit. The advanced optics. which I should in-queue the research for and try to work on as much as possible. Yeah. We got this shit now with the new lasers. Now, it turns out they decided to stick additional laser weapons damage behind the high-pressure science pack, as well as all of these specialized lenses. And these lenses are basically for the laser, which are actually, they're not bad. Each one essentially adds a differing effect. So the laser lens needs hydrogen filament in order to be able to be constructed, as well as a fuckload of rubies. God damn, that is a lot of rubies. 20 rubies per craft. 60-second crafting time. These things are expensive. However, it produces these differing lenses, of which we can put into the Laser Mark II. Now, the Laser Mark II, 30 range. What's the damage on these things in comparison to that of the other thing? No, they have to have their ammunition. Interesting. Of course, he's the Personal Laser Mark II, which I don't think this is much damage as the Ruby lasers. 25 plus 390 laser. Take a look at the Ruby lasers. It's the exact same damage, actually. Actually, the personal laser Mark II does more damage by a 20% margin. So they do more damage, which means we have to get them. Fascinating. Okay. Lovely. Do any of you know anything about sound design? Absolutely the fuck not. So basically, each one of these lenses that get loaded into the laser gives you a differing damage profile. So guess what? You have fire damage, toxic damage, electric damage. Oh wait, no. This is impact damage. This is the same as a railgun or rocket. We have electric damage. This should be toxic damage, poison damage. So these have very strong effects, and it takes basically various modules in order to construct them. There's one for each corresponding module, including the new module that gets introduced in this planet, I believe. That being the Rigger module. Although there's a couple of other modules that get implemented in some other mods. None of them get introduced into here. It's whatever. Who cares? Blah, 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 blah. So this is for efficiency. This is for quality modules. This one is for speed. You can tell from the science pack. And this one's productivity. And this one's rigor. Looks like I have enough science packs left in order to be able to research advanced optics. Good. Oh yeah, and we get the better night vision equipment, I guess, as well. Which is alright, I guess. I guess that one random portable solar panel I have can be replaced with this Night vision equipment Mark II. It's fine. We can do that. See at night. These can only be crafted in space, but then I have to take care of the fucking hydrogen plate. That's just not worth it, I think. No, that's just not worth it. So I guess that's what's happening in the factoring of our Oreos. We have the access to an entirely new production line that's essentially probably going to make that planet finally self-sufficient. So having to rely on the fucking gambling machine that we basically created. So we're gonna have to take care of that production line remotely, which shouldn't be too bad. Boo. We have plenty of more stuff we need to talk about. Mostly sillier things, I'd say, in comparison to that Mallory Mcmorrow interview. But sometimes it's good to have a bit of silly. Actual Chinese leftists are mad at Hassan Piker for strongly defending and praising China, calling the clear contradictions in his position. Labor activist Kevin Lin says the Chinese economy combines state, private, and foreign capital in ways that exploits workers. True, with zero independent trade unions and workers having minimal influence on their workplaces. This is true. Well, an actual fucking honest criticism of Hassan in terms of his China standing? Cool, right? Lin sees this as fundamentally exploitative and therefore capitalist. He can't fathom why Piker would object to this kind of capitalistic exploitation in the U.S., but condones it in China, all in the name of anti-imperialism. Taiwan-based progressive Brian Hioe calls it Orientalism at its finest because to Piker, the Chinese people are just props in his personal anti-West crusade. I don't disagree with this. I think this is true. Now, China's actually kind of bad, guys. Sorry. Piker is quite honestly the worst kind of leftist because he's a total hypocrite. He doesn't champion the values he claims, all the while he enjoys the freedom and privileges of the West. I don't really agree with that. Of course, well, Hutch is swaying out over this, but whatever. All right. We're going to grab some agua. I'm going to stretch my legs. And also go to the bathroom and whatnot. And then it will be time to talk about our, shall we say, sillier sort of topics. Well, not really silly. You know what I mean. Anyway, I will be right back, gamers. Oh. We're so Barack Hussein Obama. Oh. This. Need one more thing. Do. Got this there. Get this fucking dumbass here. This fucking dipshit as well. False accusers and their enablers from Think Before You Sleep. Oh boy. Think Before You Sleep wading his way into the Saikuno drama? From that fucking passport, bro? Perhaps I shall indulge. Very, very cool. Just making sure some of my tabs are properly arranged. Okay. Because some things were not ordered exactly the way I wanted them to be, and it should be all good now. Trump 2028, the Constitution. The bot accounts. The Trump. It's been a while since we got one of those, Boy Meets Mini. Been a while since we got one of those. So there's like all these like, okay, I think they're bot accounts, but it's like Trump 2028 and then some other shit after that. I've gotten a bunch of like those as like followers, and it's all the exact same like name format and everything, where it's like Trump 2028 and then some other fucking random bullshit. I'm just like, okay, bro, sure, man. It's like, I don't know why you guys are following to my channel. They never say anything. It's like, why are you following me, dumbass? I don't like Trump. I think him trying to go for a third term in 2028 is that's against the Constitution. Yeah, Trump 2028 Alzheimer's. Trump 2028 poop in diaper. You know? Shit like that. Trump 2028 heart failure. L. Trump's the what? Trump's I can't fucking read this. Something about a catheter? 2026. That's true. Trump has a catheter. These are words. Okay. Okay, I don't know what it is, but there's like all of these like the GigaChad AI edits, and I find them to be very particularly strange. I don't know if you've been seeing that Boy Meets Mini pop up on the timeline. I have no, like, for whatever reason, there's like flies, generally speaking, with GigaChad, and there's just like so much fucking weird shit going on. I look at this like, I'm like, bro, what the fuck is happening? I don't understand. Like, why are we doing this? Hello? Stupid micro trend that won't last 2 days. I just don't understand, dude. I just find it very, very confusing why it exists. I'm gonna be honest. Why are we doing this? The fly's supposed to be a hallucination? Then why is the Giga Chad...
Fake news!
Why does the Giga Chad ride on top of the fly sometimes, if the fly is supposed to be a hallucination? Is the whole thing a hallucination then, or something? Because the Giga Chad is implied to be you. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand. The spoon isn't real. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Alright.
Imagine a world, Raiden, free of cancel culture, where no one can call me out for my outlandish claims. A world where I can say the N-word.
Nuclear. Ah, fuck, I said it. I said the word, folks. I said nuclear. Fuck, I said nuclear, folks. God damn it. Alright. Let's get started with this stuff, shall we? Oh man, the latest on Iran War Watch. We have the president issuing more public threats to Iran. Yeah, no, shocker. Whoa! What a shock. So, should we really be surprised, like, whatsoever, that the president of the United States is now issuing another threat to the Iranians, even though the Iranians, as a part of the talks, have said, like, can you stop issuing constant threats to us over and over and over again? So, I don't know, man. Like, we all know that the negotiations have stalled. Trump is, well, we know he's losing interest more and more in the war as the days go by, because it's making him lose popularity domestically speaking, with the gas prices going up and the material conditions on the ground within the United States getting much worse. Much worse. And it's making it such that, well, the thing with the not with the thing with the Iranians, but the thing with, like, the United States of America and the president specifically, because he's just, like, surrounded by a bunch of sycophants. Like, I mean, you have, like, Scott Bessent and all the, like, billionaire dipshits that are around the president, constantly, like, going out to try to spin the situation as much as they can, say, like, actually the economy's not going as bad as you guys may think, wink wink, nudge nudge, when everyone who goes to, like, the gas pump is just like, really, you're saying this and you're saying it's not going terribly or something? I don't understand. This just is nonsensical to me. It's just like, okay, bro, like, I mean, if you say so, Mr. President, if you want to make the entirety of the United States of America believe in like the collective like mind ghosts that operate within the president's head. Obviously, it's silly, it's nonsensical, and it's born out of just complete nonsense. For Iran, the clock is ticking, and they better get moving fast, or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. So, I don't know. This is like the fifth or fourth time that he's been like fifth or sixth time that he said this stuff, and it's obviously not amounted to really much of anything. Like, he's unironically said that we're going to wipe out the entirety of Iran. Trust us, guys, we'll totally do it. And we all know why he's doing this is because he wants to keep manipulating the oil futures market, right? Because again, the stock market's not listening to his like general tomfoolery on social media anymore. Like, they just ignore it. I guess they're tired of all the quote-unquote talk going out. So they're just like, yeah, who cares about what the president says? He doesn't follow through with anything. Dumbass. Like, whatever. Moving on with our lives. Unless he actually does something, then we'll respond in terms of the trends. Which I feel like that's how it's supposed to work. Having a market completely based off of the feelings and whims of a couple of people, I don't think is necessarily a good thing, but whatever. This is where we're currently at right now. It may not be necessarily a good thing, but what do I know? I'm not an economist or whatever. I feel like just having the, I don't know, the key jingling of like some dumbass might not be necessarily a good thing, but whatever. And then all of a sudden he then says this, saying that if Iran surrenders amidst their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender, can we put in a period somewhere? Like, what the fuck is going on here? If their entire remaining leadership signs the necessary documents of surrender, admit their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, Wall Street, the China Street Journal, that's a new one, corrupt and now irrelevant CNN. I thought it was bought by the Ellisons, so it's not irrelevant. Okay, whatever. And all the other members of the fake news media will headline that Tehran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close. The Democrats. Is that the new one he's trying or something? The Democrats, they're very stupid folks. Unlike me, who's a stable genius, have lost their way. They have gone absolutely crazy. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, honestly, like, why not Democrats? Democrats? I don't know, bro. The Democrats? Is he like talking about the Duma or something? I have no idea. Not a great fucking nickname. Yeah, he's clearly crashing out or something. Like, he's making himself look as ridiculous as possible. It's just like, okay, bro. Like, what the fuck are we... what's going on here? And he's also been, besides the fact that he's, like, crashing out on social media, continuing to issue a bunch of threats, I believe he has also said that, we're going to actually now wait for diplomacy because the Emir of Qatar said that they're trying to get some kind of a deal negotiated. So there's a reason why he constantly has these wildly fluctuating statements over and over and over again. It's because he wants to manipulate the oil futures market. It should be rather clear that that's always been what the intention of all of this behavior is at this point in time. Actually, no, hold on. I'm just curious. What's WTI crude looking like right now? WTI crude. What do we got here? It's over $100 a barrel. Wait, I've not checked this in a bit of a while. It's gone down a little bit. Oh, it was about to reach 110, eh? Damn. Well, that's why he's saying the stuff that he's saying now. Is saying that, oh, Qatar, the Qataris, they're gonna have a meeting with the Pakistanis, and they're gonna get peace. Trust us, folks. The negotiations are gonna work. Again, like, the steady trend of all of this is that it's just been consistently going up, right? Obviously, is this even a month? Oh, wow, it's already been like a month, Jesus Christ. How about a year? There we go. It's only going to keep consistently going up. Obviously, this was the war in Iran itself, where it was declared, where it had the sharp tick up. It eventually almost It was about to hit 120. I think it hit 120 in Brent crude, but it was climbing up to 120 on WTI, and it's only going to consistently just keep going up and up and up. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, but if the oil is not constantly fucking flowing like is expected within the global economic market that exists, right? The problem is fairly fucking simple, to be honest. The main issue that we're going to have is that eventually the market's just going to be caught up with the fact that there is not as much oil going in within the market, and it's just going to be like, where is the oil? Where's the oil? There's oil supposed to be here. Like, what's going on here? And there's been a bunch of like differing graphs put out by a bunch of financial institutions saying like we're eventually going to reach in June, which is about a month from now, not that long, right? It's currently the 18th at time of recording, no, 19th of May at time of recording. In June is where we're eventually going to start to see some form of operational sort of stress that's going to happen for the oil refineries, right? Because you need the oil to be constantly flowing for the refineries to be functioning. And by the time it's September, there's going to be a lot of problems, and the refineries won't be able to work work as they're supposed to. And then there's going to be a really big problem there, because there's going to be a lot less flow of petroleum and petroleum-based products throughout the market, and that's when we can get some serious economic fucking problems. And Trump somehow is going to have to find a solution to the dumbass war that he decided to electively do. For what reason exactly? Because Benjamin Netanyahu convinced him it was a good idea to do as such. I don't know. Like, it's really stupid and fucking silly. But apparently the Qataris, I think it's the Emir of Qatar, is now going to lead the negotiations into all of this. So I don't know, man. It's just such a fucking shit show. Meanwhile, Congress continues to abdicate its fucking duty, and it's this time, our favorite ogre, known as John fucking Fetterman. So the War Powers Resolution, just failed to end the war in Iran. I guess not exactly accurate to say that it is quote unquote failing to end the war in Iran, but basically the War Powers Resolution, the president can declare war or declare an operation without the approval of fucking Congress for about 60 days. We're now past that 60-day fucking deadline, right? And as a byproduct of being past that 60-day deadline, essentially Congress now has the ability to be able to step in and rein in the executive branch, right? But I'm not sure if I'm 100% remembering this correctly. I guess the only way that they can eventually just step in for some reason is if they pass a fucking War Powers Resolution, which seems a little strange to me. Like, they should just be able to be like, hey, listen, Mr. President, we still have power as a co-equal branch of the fucking government. Stop the fuck shit that's going on in Iran right now. Like, you're not achieving any of your objectives. You keep changing what the objective is. It's been made very, very clear that you're not achieving really much of anything within the fucking goddamn Strait of Hormuz and Iran with all the fucking bombings that you're constantly carrying out. Everything is getting worse domestically. Stop. It is time. Like, if Filthy Frank comes out with the clock and says, it's time to stop. No more. There will be no more. No more war in Iran. It's not working. You have not laid out your objectives clearly. You're being you're being a dumbass right now, and you're causing the country to collapse. But of course, I think there's been a bunch of votes in differing War Powers Resolutions. This is the one that almost passed the fucking Senate, but it was defeated by one vote by guess who? Fucking that dumbass ogre, John Fetterman. And honestly, I would have blamed the revolving door strategy that exists, but that would make sense if there wasn't 3 Republicans who also crossed over. I think Susan Collins, Rand Paul, and someone else crossed over to vote alongside the Democrats in order to try to stop the war in Iran. Honestly, I don't even know if this would be revolving door or if it's John Fetterman genuinely wanting the war to continue because he's a complete simp to Israel. Honestly, with this one, you could probably just flip a fucking coin. I'm going to be quite honest here, and this is why I'm saying like it's going to be really, really difficult for the Democrats to take back the Senate within the midterms, because it's not going to be 50 Democrats that they need to get. It's going to have to be 51 because of fucking John Fetterman. Or honestly, no, it'd have to be about 52, right? Yeah, it would have to be about 52 Democrats within the fucking Senate, because John Fetterman is probably going to be more likely to vote in line constantly with the fucking Republican Party, because again, he's not an actual Democrat. He's basically a fucking Republican. Genuine fucking insane behavior here from John Fetterman. Why? Because he's just like, you know what? I'm not even going to be able to articulate why I am just a complete simp to Israel, like unironically, because I think like John Fetterman himself has had a 108-point swing in terms of approval rating. Like, he's not going to be elected in his position for sure in Pennsylvania come his election next year. That's next year? Is he up for 2028 or 2026? I think he's up for 2028. So next election cycle. It's insane, but whatever. Because his dumbass is definitely not going to be winning election in the Pennsylvania state senate race, because he's not even like a fucking, or not state senate race, just senate race rather, because of the fact that he's not even a Democrat. He votes alongside Republicans like consistently. He's just like a unironic fucking dino. But here, another instance of where I do believe this is more than likely the revolving door strategy. So just to stipulate what the revolving door strategy is, basically the Democrats will quote unquote pick a villain to have vote alongside the Republican Party as a part of a revolving door of villains, where they can just throw up their hands and be like, well, this one guy decided to vote alongside the Republicans, so therefore we can't do anything about this. It's like, well, that's not exactly how that works. Like, that's just up to the Democratic Party whips in order to be able to whip the votes into place to be able to vote alongside passing certain legislation within either the House or the fucking Senate. Like, that's not the fault of just one guy. That's the fault of the party itself not willing to acknowledge the fact that, well, there's like unironic like charlatans, I suppose, for lack of a better term, within the party who don't actually believe in the principles of the fucking goddamn Democratic Party. Like, I mean, it's stupid. It's fucking ridiculous. I shouldn't be really surprised whatsoever that the revolving door strategy of the Democratic Party is still pretty much, I guess, in effect, even with a war as unpopular as the war in Iran. And, I mean, would you be really surprised if it was Jared Golden of Maine, who I believe is retiring after his current stint in the House? Yeah, a Democrat of fucking Maine who has accepted a lot of money from, shall we say, various pro-Israel PACs and supporters and whatnot, and is basically saying, like, meh, I don't care. Fuck the American people and fuck what the, I don't know, Democratic constituency, the broader constituency of the United States of America, generally speaking, believes in. I just want to get more Israel fucking sloppy toppy before I don't know, decide to fuck off and go to some probable consultancy gig or some shit, which seems to be the main thing that happens with all these like corrupt shithead politicians. It's stupid. It's incredibly fucking annoying, and I just find it to be extremely fucking obnoxious. But yeah, I mean, well, like, what else is there to really say? Trump is continuing to crash out over the fact that he's losing more prominence and popularity because of a war that he electively started for no reason, that's not going anywhere, and was never going anywhere, because literally everyone was saying, like, don't do this, this is a bad idea, it won't go anywhere, and everything is getting worse, and Congress continues to abdicate its fucking responsibilities in order to try to stop this rogue executive from not listening to the broader will of the American people. So, I don't know. Great, cool, fantastic that this is the current state of affairs that we're still strapped with. For what reason exactly? Oh, because of all the capital interests that lie within the military-industrial complex and Israel in the continuation of this fucking goddamn war. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Okay, I want it. I think Video Ninja fucked with all my goddamn gain and shit. So I just need to fix it. Do I sound a little louder now? How do I sound? How do I sound? Now you're cooking. Yeah, because it was a little quiet. I think this is good. But yeah, Video Ninja fucked with the settings. I have no idea what it could be, Boy Meets Mini. Sync, tracks, shouldn't be any of that stuff. Offset, balance, no. All the other stuff can't be any of that, no. And then if we just do the regular properties, it just says what the output should be, or the input rather. And that's not it either. I'm not sure what it is, I'm gonna be honest. No clue. Alright, well. Time for some goofy drama. Alright. Let's get her started. So, I don't know what else is there to really say here, but Offkai is a convention, for those who may not know, of VTubers. Oh boy, very cool and very epic. A lot of VTubers who go to day conventions in order to mingle about with one another, have day orgy, eat hot chip, and fucking lie. And Offkai, I believe, is one of the bigger ones, if I recall correctly. Outsider mostly looking in, I suppose. I've been seeing this fucking discourse, like, pop up all over the fucking timeline, so I'm throwing in my 2 cents. That's why I'm fucking talking about this. You can suck my dick and eat my shit. But Fansly is a content website, mostly for, shall we say, more NSFW content, right? And there are a lot of VTubers who are lewd-tubers. They delve into sexual content through various means, whether it be through streams, pictures, yada yada yada, what have you. So this is a, yes, not safe for whales, specifically Shy Lily. Not safe for her. It's over for her, unfortunately, Zane. But memes aside, so there have been plenty of VTubers who want to do the NSFW content. Why? That's, I don't know, their prerogative. They can do their thing. Yada, yada, yada. Don't really give a shit. They do day NSFW content. They do it on Fansly. They like Fansly for various reasons. They think it's a good platform. They're doing it, yada, yada, yada. And so it makes sense that Fansly as a platform, which is, I believe, I think it's the preferred site for VTubers. I'm not sure why it is. I'm assuming because it has streaming functionality, whereas OnlyFans might not. And maybe because OnlyFans is not as shitty or something. Pays more than OnlyFans. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Because it's an 80-20 split, right? That makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Zane. So, yeah, it's an 80-20 split, I believe, content creator to the platform. So it pays way more, so a bunch of people go on there and engage in NSFW content. But there was this group of VTubers known as quote-unquote V-Bimbos. Very funny. That also are sponsoring the event, which also from what I understand, and this is like a thing with like Offkai, there's like orgies all the time at the fucking event, and apparently this is something that a bunch of shall we say Like facilitators are also okay with it. Like not facilitators, but like moderators. Not moderators. Officials. That's the term I'm looking for. Officials within the, shall we say, convention are also facilitate with. That's a rumor, an allegation. I've seen random fucking posts about it. Yada yada yada. Apparently that there have been people who have posted about that online. Whatever. That's mostly irrelevant. What I specifically want to talk about in terms of all of this is about sexualized content within niche communities, within art form, generally speaking, right? Because as expected, V Bimbo, I don't think they're not. Are they like an NSFW group specifically? Like, I think they just call themselves a bunch of fucking bimbos, maybe because they think they're like kind of like nice but very ditzy and stupid, because that's what's sort of like associated with a bimbo, generally speaking, with that like particular culture and sort of label, for lack of a better term, right? Like, that's fine, whatever, you do you, blah 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 blah, right? I think it's fine, who cares? And that bimbos, quote unquote, engage in a lot of like more sexualized content, right? And alongside Fansly also being fucking sponsored by this, which is like the preferred platform that a lot of VTubers use for their NSFW content. And considering the fact that also, also that a bunch of like lewd cosplayers and like lewd tubers also go to Offkai. I think it makes sense that eventually something like this was going to happen. I don't know why people are like shocked Pikachu facing about this. And also, this is a thing that happens within like VTuber culture constantly, where they will quote unquote sexualize Daoshis. This happens consistently. Like, it's a incredibly parasocial sort of environment. It will always happen. That's just how it is with like idol culture in general. Yada yada yada. Would you be surprised at all whatsoever that dumbasses also decided to come out of the woodwork and have, shall we say, criticisms of it? So here's Tactical Templar. Tactical Templar is also the quote-unquote exact same individual who went into a VTuber's chat, who looked like a lolly, presented rather with the model as a lolly, and was like moaning fucking live on stream while typing in her chat, and like trying to, like, I don't know, donate a bunch of money to her. Very, very strange. So of course this he is a fart, but this fat LARPing, stupid Crusader LARPer was also having a problem with the, I don't know, quote-unquote, all of the NSFW loot-tubers who are descending upon Offkai like a plague. Woo, I'm so scared of all the NSFW loot-tubers and creators that are going in there to, I don't know, like, I don't know, like, ruin Western VTubing, as this fucking troglodyte is saying. Like, what? V-Bimbo, these whores have ruined the Western VTubing industry and community. The prostitute to VTuber pipeline remains in full effect. Huh? Okay. Several problems with this. Isn't Project Melody, right? Project Melody, for example, I believe she was one of the first, if not the first, or the earliest adopters of VTubing within the West. And for those who may not know, Project Melody was explicitly a cam girl, right? Although she would mostly do cam girl and like also like educational sexual content through her, well, camming fucking websites like Fansly or Chatterbait and all these other fucking various cam sites. And she was one of the earliest popularizers of VTubing within the West. So I'm a little confused here, Tactical Templar. You're having a problem with V-Bimbo, but not a problem with, like, say, Project Melody. I'm looking for like a little bit of consistency here. And here's the thing, like I've said before, with every form of art, there's always going to be some sexualized element of it. Painting and artwork. Plenty of fucking naked women and men within painting and artwork that have done sexual acts and orgies in there, or whatever. Video games have a lot of hypersexualized fucking women in them consistently, right? If we're talking about video games as a medium, especially during like the more quote-unquote edgy era of games, there are very often like games that are rated T for teen, for example, that have scantily clad women in them. So for example, say you're playing like a fight, like an MMA game or some shit, or how about even like Madden or some shit, right? And you see cheerleaders or like the arena girls who have the like round number who go around, or like even WWE games, another example, right? Who have like scantily clad women, women in day bikinis or in day bras, and also like with a short skirts or short shorts or whatever. Clearly, women who are being presented in a highly sexualized way or context in games that are rated T for teen, because that's a lot of the arguments that people are having against specifically Fansly being a sponsor for Offkai. They're saying like, how dare they do this in a convention that is explicitly sort of explicitly being marketed to fucking children, not explicitly, but that will have children within the fucking vicinity, as well as young adults and also teenagers. How dare they do that? It's like, okay, first off, they're going to be cordoned off in a particular segment of the convention that's going to be requiring ID. It's going to have like security guards there to check the fucking ID, to have those people be able to like come into that particular segment. So why are we having a problem with this? Also, this is like the convention that has a bunch of lewd tubers and lewd cosplayers going to there consistently for, I don't know, their like business connections, wanting to sort of like, I don't know, see their friends and shit like that, and constantly has a bunch of orgies being planned there. So I like, why are we being so concerned about this? I don't really understand here. And like, should we be really surprised that these, I don't know, more of these lewd tubers are also like participating in this, and I don't know, unironically sponsoring this, and are also having like the more campsites and other like sex content sort of aggregators, generally speaking, being like a part of all this? No, we shouldn't be really surprised with this whatsoever. And again, I'm going to stipulate this as well. One of Offkai's main sponsors is Gamersups. Gamersups, the company that has a bunch of half-naked women on their fucking shaker cups and like tubs of, shall we say, energy drink. Like, you people don't actually give much of a flying fuck about like sexualized depictions of VTubers within the, I don't know, Western VTubing space or whatsoever. Brother, that's been happening ever since the medium has been created, where a bunch of VTubers were being fucking sexualized, even if they were, like, more SFW, like, creators or whatever the fuck. They always get sexualized. It is what it fucking is. It's the internet. It's random fucking artwork or whatever the fuck. Like, who... this happens all the fucking time. In general sort of like idol culture, right? Idols are going to be sexualized whether they fucking like it or not. Unfortunately, comes with the fucking goddamn territory, right? And it comes with, for example, all the other mediums that we've been saying before. Like, I don't know, like TV shows, where there'll be like people presented in more like sexualized context, but that can like get through like pre-approved censors or whatever, because something always slips through the cracks, for example, right? Even like certain like kids shows where you look back at them as like an adult, you're just like, oh hey, this is like a sexual fucking thing that I didn't get as a kid, but now I get as an adult. It's like, oh, why the fuck are they saying that, right? That happens all the fucking goddamn time, because again, innuendo is a thing. Artwork is very silly and fucking complicated, and it's just like, okay, bro, like, stupid. Like, that's why I'm saying there's like no consistency from any of these people. I find it to be rather ridiculous. But I don't know, that more people to fucking shit on, in particular this Comrade Dell individual here. Why don't we take a look at this? Once again, my stance that that the VTubing medium in the West has become nothing more than a pipeline into e-girls and goonery. I mean, Project Melody, man. One of the first Western VTubers. And she's a fucking gooner and an e-girl. Buddy, I mean, like, if you're like participating in an environment that's all about fucking idol culture and parasociality, this is something that's going to happen inevitably. Like, doy. And some people are just like okay with either like playing towards that and just marketing more into that, right? Like, I don't know, skill issue. That's just how it is, man. Like, can we have the only problem you can really say, for example, is if they are trying to explicitly advertise that to minors. And then, okay, you'd have an argument there. But is that what's happening? Not really. I mean, VTubing as a sort of medium, I don't think it's exactly been, shall we say, like, minor friendly, I think. I think it's always been marketed towards, like, more adult culture or whatnot, in comparison to, say, like idols or whatever, who are supposed to be a broad sort of like market fucking appeal. And here, how about this, right? Because these motherfuckers will claim that Japanese VTubing or 16 plus with obvious 18 plus exceptions. Yes, that's a very good point, Boy Meets Mini. But how about this? Like, even a lot of the idols within, like, say, HoloLive or like Ninja Sanji or the other like giant massive like Japanese fucking VTubers or whatever, they will get sexualized all the fucking time, right? It's just natural with the fucking goddamn, like, medium. That's just how it is, man. Like, that's just how it works with a lot of these, like, niche communities with differing forms of fucking media and whatnot. That's just what it is. Nothing against this group, but I'm just saying that it creates a very specific image when you see Off-Kai Expo brought to you by literal fansly e-hos and bimbos to people looking from the outside. Is it really surprising that most people from outside of VTubing thinks that VTubing is just some new sex thing with maladjusted basement-dwelling gooners? I don't think that's exactly how that works, to be quite honest, right? Has Fansly, or not Fansly, but has Off-Kai Expo really advertised itself as quote-unquote a primarily, like, what, young adult space or, like, minor space or whatever the fuck? I don't really think so. No, they market themselves as the VTuber fucking convention, where there's going to be a bunch of VTubers, and a bunch of VTubers are also LewTubers. Like, okay, here's an example, right? A bunch of differing Pride festivals, right, are going to have the more general area, for example, as well as the 18 fucking plus area, where there's going to be more explicit stuff there. This is a thing that happens consistently, right? Where they're going to have, like, the sort of, shall we say, like, general fucking parade, and then they're going to do the more degenerate stuff in a differing fucking section of the fucking I don't know, like, area within the parade, or, like, not even the parade, or say, like, the celebration of fucking Pride Day. Like, this is how it works, man. It's not any really different here in terms of fucking Off-Kai. And, like, can we make the argument that there may be some rather irresponsible parents, for example, who may, quote-unquote, take their minor there? It's like, yeah, sure, okay. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, that's the fault of the fucking parent, and I don't think it's really, for example, going to be, like, a consequence, for example, for the expo or for the convention, right? Because it's not necessarily their fault. That's, like, the irresponsibility of the parent, or not the consequence of the content creators either. Again, irresponsibility of the fucking parent. I'm mostly, like, referring to the Folsom, like, Pride Festival, like that one famous image with the kid and the parent looking at the dude in the fucking dog mask, right? Like, the Folsom Pride Festival very much so makes it explicit that it's an 18 plus sort of event. The parent bringing the fucking kid there, it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing? We were pretty explicit in all of this. It's, like, really, really stupid. Fansly has worked with content creators like Cutie Cinderella. Yeah, and as far as I know, Clay, Cutie Cinderella is a safe for work content creator, right? Like, if there's content creators that are willing to work with platforms, they'll just work with like platforms. Because again, like Fansly, for example, is not explicitly NSFW sort of work. That's what it goes on there mostly for the most part, right? Sure, absolutely. But it's not explicitly all about NSFW sort of content, right? Like, I mean, if you want to, I don't know, do the thing that JoeCat did on OnlyFans and just paint Warhammer models and showing the progress of your painted models, you could fucking do that if you want. You could do that on fucking Fansly if you want. It's just a social media platform that's about sharing content, any form of content, whether it be safe for work or not safe for work. Whereas a bunch of other platforms like, say, Twitch, YouTube, and whatnot, yeah, it is all about just safe for work content. NSFW stuff will, generally speaking, get you banned, for example, right? Yeah, Ludwig, that's a good point there, Clay. Yeah, Ludwig even worked with Fansly for his chess boxing tournament. That's a good point there, Clay. But did any of these motherfuckers really have a problem with that in particular? No, not really. But Maxor, my goodness gracious, the funny YouTube man guy who makes, I don't know, his funny, I guess, like, not voices, his funny videos on games. Listen, we all know about the, shall we say, Metal Gear Revengeance video, okay? That's a famous one. It's a good one. Single-handedly, I think, like, provided a recovery for that game in the year of our Lord. God, when was that video released? Like 2021 or 20?
Oh, good. You're getting more based by the day.
Thank you, Sam. But where was I saying? Yeah, he's the guy who makes all those like goofy fucking videos, making goofy whatever the fuck, like shit and whatnot, whatever. Really, iDubbbz's Creator Clash was also sponsored by Fansly. I would not be surprised if that was the case there, Zane, because considering the fact that Anissa is a, well, sex worker herself, but whatever. But here, Maxor, I think, has a very, very good opinion into all of this, arguing against this fucking dipshit. Because, again, like, the biggest problem that I have with all of this is just the prudishness of it all. It's just like, every fucking medium and niche community is always going to have its sexualized fucking elements, right? The stuff that I brought up earlier, right? Like video games with scantily clad women that are even rated T for teen. And that's like, these people are not going to have a fucking problem with that whatsoever. But they're going to have a problem with this in particular, which is fucking stupid to me. This belief that sexuality negatively affects a niche is a pattern I've noticed people have with several cultural phenomena, including with anime, furries, and other streaming genres, in which there's usually the instinct to insist that sexuality negatively harms public perception of the community and ultimately leads it into a worse state. It's a very strong opener here by fucking Maxor, and it's a fantastic fucking point. Niche communities, including like anime, manga, or whatever, stuff that's been like, that's seen as like sort of like foreign and strange and weird, are seen as, oh, it's mostly like basement dwelling fucking gooners that look at this stuff, looking at you fucking Tactical Templar. And most of these people think of it like negatively initially, right? And then they see like the medium get more and more like disseminated throughout the culture, throughout the general sort of like predispositions of I guess like broader like American life or whatever the fuck, and then that social stigmatism just goes away. It's no longer there as much, right? Maybe not so much with furries, right? Like, I mean, furries themselves also say that it is kind of explicitly a sexual thing, although I don't think it's necessarily 100% a fucking sexual thing, right? Like, it's people wanting to express themselves through a particular medium or whatever, through the fursuit, which I think is, like, fine. It's whatever. But generally speaking, right, like, who really, really cares, right? Who really gives much of a shit about, like, that perception? Most people are still going to be, like, more normalized the fucking medium, as so long as you have like people willing to just go out there and just kind of like explain it. It's like, no, this is what it's actually all about, and people are just gonna be like, oh, okay, I think that's like fine, it's whatever, sure. Yeah, it's a great point there, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, like Off-Kai getting a Fansly sponsor is no different than NASCAR having a Hooters sponsored team back in the day. And Just like you're saying, Clay, as well. Like, no different than Patreon. How many NSFW creators exist on fucking Patreon, right? Hundreds, I assume. Probably thousands. Yeah, Fansly, no different than Patreon. No different than a lot of these other content like aggregators or whatsoever. Like, the idea that, like, sexuality is supposed to, like, affect this, like, niche fucking sort of community, I think is, like, fucking stupid. But whatever. But as with furries and anime, they would go on to become more popular, diverse, deep, and widely accepted by mainstream culture despite the insistence. Listen, quick analysis, okay? Quick, not analysis, but quick analogy here. It's like the idea behind the fucking white moderate, right? NASCAR had a Viagra car at one time too. Whatever. Like, we can go through tons of fucking examples, right? None of these people are really going to care about that. Example. It's the exact same thing as with the white moderate, for example, or the opposition to civil rights within the United States of America during the 1960s, right? Tons of people had problems with black people getting more rights because it's just like, if these people get more rights, it's only going to make the sort of communities and culture within America or whatever degenerate and become significantly fucking worse. That's the exact same sort of logic that we're operating off of, like, unironic, like, racists from the 1960s, right? Because they made the exact same similar fucking arguments, like, oh, this, like, one minority of a subsection of this fucking culture is only going to bring down the entirety of said culture or community or whatever. It's like, well, that's fucking stupid. Like, it's like nonsense. Like, that's just not how any of this stuff works. And eventually, it's all going to be normalized, and nobody's going to really give much of a shit whatsoever about it. If anything, it just makes that culture, that community, significantly, like, more deep, more rich, more diverse, and just generally speaking, more popular. Because NSFW creators, YouTubers, or whatever, are only going to exist to bring in more people into the medium, right? That's just, like, how it works, right? And if you want the medium to be able to survive, you need people to be able to, not to be able to, but to participate into all of that. That's it. Despite the instinct to appear, or to not appear weird, there's a manga section in my bookstores, and I see people with fake tails every once in a while in the street. In my opinion, overt sexuality is, and always has been, a factor that is universally present in most niche cultural phenomenon, which is then, almost always, followed by mainstream respectability anyways. When bro is cooking, bro is fucking cooking. This is a symptom of an ongoing cultural process for many niches, in my opinion, and is fine. Dude, like, again, with the example that I have brought up here consistently, would this motherfucker, this Comrade Dell individual here, would he have a problem if he is being consistent in his fucking beliefs? Would he have a problem with all the sports games that are generally speaking rated T for teen, with the fact that they will have scantily clad women like cheerleaders, the fight ring girls who go around holding the fucking fight cards, right? And you're like your WWE or your MMA games, or like all the racing games, for example, like say Need for Speed, who have the scantily clad woman who does the fucking start for those street racing games. Boy Meets Mini, I know that you're picking up what I'm fucking putting down. Shit like Midnight Club and fucking Need for Speed would do that shit all the fucking time. If we're being consistent with our beliefs here, you would also have a problem with that. But we're not being consistent with our beliefs. And even we're not even talking about like games like hack and slash games and other various games that existed throughout the time of like the 2000s and the 2010s, for example, and even nowadays, for example, with like a bunch of MMORPGs with the bikini armor. Like it's a trope that's so pervasive that it gets memed now at this point in time. Or say like hack and slash games with a female protagonist who is very scantily clad. Even in fighting games, like here, perfect example, Mai Shiranui. From, I think it's King of Fighters, I believe. Japanese fighting game. Very scantily clad woman. Still fucking is in a fighting game. Or say Mortal Kombat as well with like, I think the individual I'm thinking of is like Katana, I think. There's like 3 of them or some shit. Who have like barely any fucking clothes on, like legs fully exposed. You can see their fucking asses hanging out and shit like that. But people didn't have a fucking problem with that. Although those games are rated M for differing reasons. I think mostly because of how gratuitous the fucking violence is. But I don't think like King of Fighters is rated M, right? Mortal Kombat's not a good example here, but King of Fighters I don't think is like rated M. I'm curious. Actually, no, hold on. I'm gonna double check that. I'm just a little curious now. I just want their fucking ratings, man. Here we go. So yeah, just looking through like the list of various like King of Fighter games or even like Street Fighter, all of them are rated T for teen. Why? Because scantily clad women, for example, that are in revealing fucking outfits, those are just suggestive themes. It's not explicitly fucking NSFW, and that's how the rating system generally speaking works, right? For the ESRB rating system, right? They are rated T for teen. 13 to 17-year-olds can see a fucking highly, like, very, very scantily clad women who are basically half fucking naked, I don't know, beating the shit out of a bunch of people, right? But those things are, like, generally speaking, fine. Like, if we're being, again, consistent in our fucking beliefs, like, are these fucking content creators, are they going to immediately go on the stage of Offkai or whatever the fuck and pop their pussies out or some shit? Probably not. I'm going to be honest here. I don't see that fucking happening. So again, like people complaining about this, I just find this to be extremely fucking stupid. But a follow-up from this Comrade Dell individual, where I'm going to say right now, yeah, he fucking contradicts his whole fucking thing. Dude, like a way to just get completely owned in the fucking argument is just to immediately fucking contradict yourself. This is incredible to me. The sexuality aspect of VTubing has been here for a long time. I mean, Melody literally popularized VTubing in the West and was the first taste of VTubing for the vast majority of early viewers. So then why the fuck are you complaining about VBimbo instead or something? Why are you complaining about this being a quote-unquote a pipeline to e-girls and fucking goonery, you stupid motherfucker? Literally, Project Melody is the OG of e-girl gooner fucking pipeline and shit like that. Stupid. You immediately contradicted yourself in the first sentence. Jesus fucking Christ. I guess you don't actually believe in this. Stupid. The NSFW aspects of VTubers have been around since the early days, but it's in recent times that I feel it began to take a priority center stage position over the creativity and imagination that once used to be the core aspect of it. Oh, shut your fucking goofy ass up. Like, what the fuck do you mean? What, just because, like, what, every single, like, Western VTuber also has, like, an NSFW fucking section on their, like, social media? Where most of the people that are engaging in most social media environments tend to be adults anyways? Like, what are we talking about here? This is fucking nonsensical. How many minors are a percentage on, like, fucking Twitter or whatever? Twitter, I would say, is a pretty explicitly adult fucking place. I'm gonna be honest here, right? Same with a lot of these other fucking social media websites. Like, and they typically have separate accounts where they say minors should not interact anyways. So, what are we fucking saying here? This is stupid. Nonsense. Is it going to harm this industry? Not really. It'll keep growing either way. So then why are we... The second contradictory statement. Then why are we having a problem here? What's the point of having an issue then? Like, you just keep shooting yourself in the foot for, like, literally no reason. This is incredible. But is it going to create a less toxic and better environment within it? I don't think so, and I feel like it has already made things worse in several aspects. Yeah, because of motherfuckers like yourself who constantly just to the nines complain about that stuff. Buddy, you're the one who's perpetuating the fucking toxic culture. This is incredible to me. Hell, I had a comment on one of my videos from a viewer new to VTubing who was surprised to find that some VTubers just played games and that it wasn't just a new sex thing. Wait, that's exactly the fucking point that Maxor is making. Hello? Buddy, this is just the byproduct of new mediums being introduced to a broader fucking audience, especially within the West, given the incredibly prudish culture that exists within the United States of America and even Canada to certain extents, right? Like, buddy, if you have a fucking huge problem with this, it's not a problem with the medium, it's a problem with the fucking culture of the United States. Nancy Reagan and her fucking consequences, yet again, with the whole abstinence-only fucking sex education. Genuinely fucking incredible. I've had multiple friends and acquaintances express annoyance that it feels like they won't get anywhere without starting a fansly or doing NSFW content. That's a problem with the society, not with VTubing, but whatever. Others felt pressure about making it because they could not keep up. Some felt out of place, like they don't fit within this niche because they didn't do NSFW content while everyone else around them, including those they admire or their Oshi, did. But wait, does that fucking content take like front stage? Like, is that front and center? I don't know, skill issue or something? Yeah, like, I don't know, like skill issue? Very, very strange. You could paywall adult content on YouTube through YouTube channel memberships. That's a good point, because you have to be an adult in order to have a channel membership. That's a good point there, Clay. And Mom, correct the belt. What I said that you can paywall adult content on YouTube through your YouTube channel memberships. Okay, I already said that already there, Clay. But yeah, I mean, like, if we're talking about like adult content, even on like the bigger platforms, they already exist to a certain extent or one another. It's just they get paywalled in certain ways, and that's going to be a huge barrier of entry to any form of minor who may like stumble into this specifically, like stupid. It's unfortunately a steadily growing sentiment, and the more the sexual aspects are pushed to the forefront of the industry, the more it will grow. Some people don't want to be labeled as a cam girl or a sex worker just because they use a VTuber model, and as plenty of VTubers can confirm, it's sort of an exception of a VTuber to be doing this content at this point. Wait, what? Oh, expectation, not exception. Really? I don't agree with this whatsoever. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's an expectation for a VTuber to be doing that content? Why? Like, why? Why is it an expectation? What's the argument there? Like, just because a bunch of dumbasses in the United States of America thinks like, oh, it's an inherently sexual sort of form of content, so therefore, like, a bunch of people are like going to be expecting day Oshis or day VTubers to be having a fucking Fansly or an OnlyFans? Really? That doesn't have to work like that. That's really fucking stupid. It's just nonsense. And besides, even like all the larger platforms like YouTube and fucking Rumble and all this shit, you already can have adult content on these major fucking platforms. It just gets fucking paywalled or like deep boosted in the fucking algorithm. Here, perfect example. Naked yoga. If you type up naked yoga on fucking YouTube, you're gonna see naked fucking women. Guaranteed. And can there be like a problem or a controversy that they're using that in order to funnel people into their OnlyFans or Fanslies or whatever? Yeah, sure. I can agree with that. Absolutely. If that's like the primary thing that they're trying to use that for. But if they're doing like the actual fucking yoga and they're like advertising their fucking OnlyFans or Fansly on there as well, that's like fine. I don't really give much of a shit about that whatsoever. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? But if they're being rather explicit that that's the purpose of their YouTube channel, then that's an issue. Is every Western VTuber constantly like, I don't know, like talking about like, hey, come check out all of my like spicy sites, yada yada yada. I mean, if they're loot tubers, yeah, but that's because they're loot tubers and they're more interested in engaging with more sexualized content. A bunch of like VTubers within the West especially, just for example, just engage in more sexual sort of content just because they just want to. Like, that's like literally about it. Like, very, very silly. And it's like a side hustle for them, more or less. Being weird or strange is quite different from being perceived as a sex worker. The stigma associated with it is much heavier than the stigma of being a weird pervert into weird kinks. I'm going to be honest, I feel like that's a fucking bad thing. I'm going to be honest. I feel like it's just a byproduct of the social media environment that we find ourselves under, that being weird or strange is not precise. Like, I mean, I don't think it's being perceived as quite different. I think it's more perceived as being just period, end of story, like really, really bad. Because everyone, if you do something that's cringe, you're gonna get immediately recorded and you're gonna be put up on fucking social media. I think that's a really, really bad thing, honestly. Barely anyone who cares about the latter nowadays, but the former, that's a bit more complicated, and I think you'd agree. So in this case, public perception isn't going to harm the industry itself, but it can certainly affect the people within said industry. Sure, but I don't think Maxor is really talking about that. I don't think he's talking about that, right? Like, the more and more this gets, like, fucking normalized or whatever, then, also, like, people are not going to, like, think of this as, like, an explicitly, like, sexualized fucking medium or whatever the fuck. And people are just going to be like, oh yeah, whatever, who cares, it's a fucking VTuber, blah, 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 right? And sexualization doesn't really have much to do with that, to be quite honest. And I mean, also, like, sex fucking sells. That's just how it is, man. Like, again, do you think, like, in a bunch of these other, like, video games that I mentioned earlier with, like, the scantily clad women that get advertised all the fucking goddamn time on all those on all the fucking advertisements of those games, that fucking sells, man. Yeah, I mean, Clay, there's like tons of examples of different platforms of having adult content where minors also fucking interact with it. It just gets like prioritized in differing ways in the fucking algorithm, or like people get banned or whatever the fuck. I mean, that's just how it works, man. Like, it's silly. I personally just don't like how people feel pressured by the environment to do the kind of content that is trendy because that's what's being pushed within the industry. Yeah, I know that's how content creation works in a lot of cases, but I love doing the kind of content I like doing, even if people find it boring, and I want others to produce the kind of stuff they want without feeling pressured into doing other things a lot of people never planned on doing in the first place. What is the point of this fuck? I should not have even read these final 4 fucking paragraphs, because again, it's just another contradictory fucking statement. It's like, yeah, people want to do NSFW content, that's up to them, and if people are expecting that from those creators who are explicitly safe for work, asking them for like NSFW content, you can be like, I don't want to do that, shut the fuck up, and that's that. Pretty fucking simple, to be honest. Like, the quote-unquote fact that there's like some form of expectation being put upon these people, I think is fucking stupid. Like, this is not how that works. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Honestly, who gives a shit about this sponsorship? All the dumbasses who are fucking complaining about this stuff are honestly coming at this through the angle of the fact that they just don't like sex workers. Like, honestly, like, let's call a fucking spade a spade. Occam's razor, yada yada yada. Like, it's just... they just don't like sex workers. Period. End of story. That's what it is. And that's the main issue, right? These people, generally speaking, just do not like the fact that a bunch of fucking, shall we say, like, differing content creators can express themselves in various ways. If they were explicitly pushing this to a bunch of like minors, then obviously it would be really bad, but none of them fucking do that, right? And there's already 18 plus sections and sexualized themes and content that are suggestive, of course, that are quote unquote being pushed to all these fucking teenagers constantly every single day if you look around the fucking corner. Like, for example, like, minors walk by Victoria's Secret stores all the time within malls or whatever the fuck, and there are women in fucking scantily clad bikinis constantly as like a part of the advertising and marketing of those fucking stores. Yet you're not seeing like I don't know, those motherfuckers complain about that in particular, and all the like commercials, various commercials within like I don't know. Various like teenage media or whatever the fuck advertising beauty products with like women who are scantily fucking clad. None of these motherfuckers are having a concern about that whatsoever, but they have a concern about like Fansly and fucking Offkai. I think it just purely comes from a position of they just don't like fucking sex workers because they find them kind of icky and fucking stinky. That's really all that it is. And all these people complaining about this shit, who gives a fuck? You people are stupid and are dumb and really fucking annoying, and your arguments are really, really bad. Yeah, fake moral grandstanding, as always, from the conservative fucking dipshits who want to, like, just be, like, strange moral Puritans and Puritans generally speaking, because something Nancy Reagan and the byproducts of abstinence-only fucking sex education, right? As a product of the backlash of the sexual revolution during the 70s. That's like literally all that this is, and we're still dealing with those consequences to this fucking goddamn day. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, people, or rather companies and corporations that explicitly sell like sex products, and also, for example, and other shall we say, like, services or whatever, will always be, like, sponsoring, like, shall we say, like, a bunch of mainstream sports events and shit like that. And none of these people will have a problem with that, but they'll have a problem with this. It's stupid. It's all fake bullshit. And yada yada. Blame the fucking Reagans for all this bullshit. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. What's up, Merlin Herlin? Wait. Is that who I think it is? I recognize that name. I recognize that name. Did you used to be a part of the Hassan server? Question. Of Hassan's Discord server. Oh, okay. Then I'm thinking of someone else. I'm thinking of someone else who also had the name Merlin. Okay, well, that's my bad. I'm thinking of someone else. I pigeonholed myself. That's my bad. But what's up, Merlin Herlin? How's it going, buddy? But yes, I was thinking of someone else. Someone else who I think has the name Merlin and is a Canadian. I think living in the East Coast, I think. I've played, I think I've played some Magic the Gathering today. Not today, but with him in the past. Long ago in the past. Your final exam today? Ooh, about what? What's your final exam about? What you doing exams for? Database management bullshit? Oh, fun. Oh boy, MySQL and a bunch of other bullshit like that. Fun. Yeah, I want to be done. SQL is like... I only took a course of it about it in like university. It's yeah, it's kind of annoying. Very, very annoying. So all I can do is the things that I'm doing right now, but without any of the guilt of not studying 24/7 for exams. That is... Excuse me. Ugh. Very, very fair. I fucking hate studying for exams. I hate exams in general, dude. It's fucking shit. Ugh. Oh, we'll be going over the Tectone video, Clay. This is just for you, bud. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't expect this type of language from Joe Bartolozzi of all people. Okay, I'm glad to see that we have someone who's familiar with Joe over here. What kind of content creator is Joe? Just out of curiosity. Like just normie dude or some shit? Yes, don't worry, Clay. We will look at them. Basic gaming and some live streaming type guy. Oh, like IRL, basically? Same circle as Ludwig and all the other people. Alright, like IRL shit, gaming, yeah, absolutely. For sure. TikTok guy. Okay. I most certainly am multi-streaming, Merlin. Exclamation mark YouTube. We also stream on fucking YouTube. Like, comment, and subscribe to YouTube stream. Blah, 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 blah. Do all that good YouTube algo shit. But yeah, I started a YouTube channel over a year ago at this point. It's going alright. Can't complain. Do it fart. This is what fart. But yeah, we do be YouTube streaming. We do be doing that. Anywho. Deal with the phlegm attack real quick. Yeah, feed that YouTube algo, baby. Honestly, the YouTube algo probably likes me for the fact that I just post a lot of videos every day. It's like, oh my god, he just posts shit. Oh my god, we love that. Keep posting shit, King. I'll be like, thank you. Thank you very much. Man, oh man, oh man. Anywho. Why don't we get started with this shit right here. So this clip has made the rounds like a bit back, about a week ago, obviously, and I thought it was quite interesting that we are getting these opinions, correct opinions, from, shall we say, a more like normie content creator, from what I understand, dude who's like a part of like the Ludwig sphere, I suppose, for lack of a better term. I mean, Ludwig is like some flavor of liberal progressive. Makes sense that a bunch of the people around him are probably going to be like liberal progressives or whatever, yada yada yada. But Joe Bartolozzi goes off on people who say black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people. Why don't we take a look at what's being said?
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've been...
Yo, white boy be spittin'? Ayo, based. White boy be spittin'? I mean, he's pretty much in that, like, first assessment there. He is correct. Yes, systemic racism. whether it be through policies like Jim Crow, the failures of Reconstruction, no 40 acres and a mule, what made it such that white people have a systemic advantage within the United States of America, the fact that they had the ability to own property, pass down that property to the next generations, making it such that it is, well, those next generations would not have to spend a large portion of their incomes to be able to have to pay off mortgages and taxes associated with those, well, properties, because generally speaking, what's going to be the most, like, the highest monthly expense, for example, well, the fact that the fact that basically, instead of having to pay that money into, for example, into their mortgages, they can invest that money into, like, I don't know, various savings accounts. They could invest that into businesses. They could use that to have their wealth generate even more wealth, so then they can pass that down to their next of kin and their next of kin and their next of kin, thus causing a snowball effect. That opportunity was never allotted to black people. That 40 acres and a mule, Andrew Jackson, Jesus Christ, dyslexia, and it's late, Christ, basically never allotted that opportunity. Andrew Johnson, I always mix that up. Thank you, Merlin. Yes, Andrew Johnson, basically that was just never going to fucking happen, because, he was a Democrat president and was also fucking racist. Shocker, I know. But, yeah, I mean, like, Joe right here, in terms of, like, the immediate sort of, like, take here, he's just correct. Like, yeah, poverty, generally speaking, leads to more crime. Why is that? Because guess what? People are going to have to do basically anything it takes in order to be able to survive, right? And as a result, they may want to, or not may want to, but they sometimes have to engage in criminal activity in order to be able to survive. Like, do I like it? No. Does anyone like it? No. But hey, somehow you gotta put food on the table, don't you?
Been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in...
And again, the reason why it's systemic racism, again, failures of Reconstruction, redlining, even... It's unironically called fucking redlining because the banks drew a bunch of fucking red lines to say that these are the undesirable neighborhoods, mostly with, like, minority populations in those, like, inner city, well, black neighborhoods, right? Like, there's a reason why that's the case. And other various sort of, like, Jim Crow segregation, various fucking systematic injustices that were inflicted upon black people, right? So to say that they, quote-unquote, commit more crimes than white people, it's like, that is true, statistically speaking. Not their fault. There's nothing in the, let's just say, like, genetic predisposition of black people for them to want to commit more crime. That's fucking stupid.
In an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever.
I mean, that's just true. Because, again, like, it's the same shit that, for example, like, all these, like, eugenicist dipshits say constantly, that there's, like, some form of, like, a genetic heritability to either, like, IQ or the culture of black people or some shit that makes them more predisposed to doing crime. It's fucking nonsense. Stupid.
Statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence. Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid. Do not commit.
It is stupid, and it has been constantly disproven throughout various studies that have been done at this point throughout, like, decades. Decades, yeah. Here's Asmongold. I guess I'll also get into what Kongmin Lee is also saying. This fucking token dipshit over here, who also is saying a bunch of stupid shit, but whatever. Asmongold is being stupid. obviously, for a ton of different reasons. Why don't we get into that? It's true that blacks experience systematic racism. The fuck is systematic racism? Do you mean systemic? Okay, whatever. They benefit from it. In what way? Wait, is he gonna... oh my god, he's gonna make the... okay, yeah. Blacks and other minority groups enjoy preferential treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it. Okay, I think the Birdman also did a video about this, just dunking on Asmongold, because Asmongold's a fucking idiot. So, no. What the fuck are we talking about? I think he is referring to... I think it's just for Asian Americans specifically, because he's doing the whole model minority thing with Asians, saying that, quote-unquote... oh, look at these Asians also suffering for, I don't know, DEI and affirmative action sort of policies. Let's not forget about the fact that who are the people who benefit the most from affirmative action and DEI policies? Oh, it's white women, because it's applied evenly across all the races, right? You can have criticisms of affirmative action, and I've had these criticisms of affirmative actions. I don't think it should be like all racially based or whatever the fuck. It should just be completely even without race being sort of factored in whatsoever, or gender being factored in whatsoever, right? And it should just be quote unquote an actual fucking meritocracy. But these people just don't give a shit about any of that, right? Because they just want white people to be the only ones who benefit from unironic DEI policies. Should we really be surprised by that whatsoever? No, because all the dumbasses that exist within Asmongold's orbit, as well as Asmongold's like fan base, are basically filled with a bunch of fucking idiots. But whatever. But here's the thing specifically, right? To say that it's not socioeconomics would be, again, to ignore redlining, to ignore the failures of deconstruction, to ignore the failures of... not the failures, but all of the systemic sort of policies adopted by various racists who, for example... went into places of power within the United States of America, who implemented these policies that directly affected black people, like, in a very, very material sense. Like, let's not be fucking obtuse here. Very, very ridiculous. Ironically, a lot of radical figures, including Marx and apparently W.E.B. Du Bois, thought that Andrew Johnson would be more radical than Lincoln due to the fact that he started off his career as a working man's party functionary who hated the white oligarchy due to his own poverty, and his initial slate of pardons left out the nucleus of the Confederate leadership and Southern aristocracy, and he was quick to return power to the states because he saw a window where Southern governments could be elected, and elected by and compromised of poor whites. Interesting. I think that's probably more Andrew Johnson, probably playing into... maybe he just got, like, not subverted, that's not correct to say, became more a part of the bourgeoisie, and as a byproduct of that, well, let's be quite honest here, decided to go more along with their sort of, like, desires, I guess, for lack of a better term. Mostly the southern bourgeoisie, but I digress. So I've also been, in response to all of this, quote-unquote, all these people are saying... wealthy blacks commit more crime than poor whites. I don't really see what is exactly the point of all this. Like, what the fuck is this? What does this graph mean, right? Household income rank of parents. Families of the top 1%. Families making $36,000 per year. What does this even mean? Yeah, I don't understand what this exactly means. What? What is the top 1%? Well, apparently in this fucking graph, this is the top 1% right here. Share of the men incarcerated on April 1st, 2010. Of black people. Yes, I'm assuming that this is of black people. So this blue line over here is black men. I have no idea what's the relative time scale of all of this. Does Congman Lee not understand that over-policing is a fucking thing amongst these communities, right? as per the fucking crime bill, a lot of over policing happened, so it makes sense that a lot of I guess like richer fucking black people ended up going to fucking jail more and more or something. Like I just don't really understand what's going on here. If we're talking about proportionality or something, like if we're like talking about like proportionality or whatever, way more fucking white men tend to go to jail in comparison to that of wealthy black men, because there's not going to be as many wealthy black men in comparison to poor white men. Like I have no idea what's essentially being said here. This is really, really fucking stupid. Someone being fucking incarcerated does not necessarily mean they committed a fucking crime, right? Black people, generally speaking, like, even though quote unquote 1350 is a thing, right? Who tends to share the vast majority of acquittals within the United States of America? Oh, it's black people, because it turns out a lot of the black people who get thrown into jail are thrown in there unjustifiably so, and then they get acquitted by like a judge because it's just like, yeah, this is a bunch of bullshit, like, because over policing was a fucking thing. But does Congman Lee understand about any of that? No, because this is also the exact same motherfucker who got fired from his job for being incredibly racist and misogynistic. Are they saying these are the top 1% of wealthy black Americans, or Americans who are in the top 1%? Top 1% of wealthy black Americans is what is being said here, Merlin Herlin. So, yes, that's... I think that's what's being implied here by this graph. I mean, this graph is kind of, like, very strange and difficult to fucking read, right? Household income rank of fucking parents, right? And it's done through, like, I don't know, like, percentiles instead. I get what's, like, being said here, but, again, this can still be explained by systemic fucking goddamn racism through, for example... Also, I'm very curious as to what this would be right now, because this is, like, from 16 years ago. But then again, like, byproducts of the fucking crime bill. Like, stupids. Yes, statistics is like, a fucking science. But here's also Tectone talking about this dumbass fucking bullshit. Well, not the dumbass bullshit. I don't know, like, Tectone's a grifter. He's just saying this because fucking, Asmongold had a take on this, which means Tectone also has a take on this. Why don't we take a look?
So it seems there's a little bit of a situation happening right now. 60,000 likes, 3.4 million views between Asmongold and Joe Bartolozzi. Very interesting. So Joe Bartolozzi goes off on people who say black people are more likely to commit crimes.
That's already an inaccurate sort of depiction of this whole... Like, this is a situation between Asmongold and Joe Bartolozzi? I don't think so. Like, this is just a clip, and Asmongold's replying to a clipping channel. I don't think Asmongold directly responded to Joe Bartolozzi. Okay, whatever.
White people. Okay, let's hear about this. Here we go.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism.
No, you dumb. Systemic racism benefits black people because now they're the only race in the United States who can get caught live on camera murdering people, stealing, and then say, well, but, you know, we should let them have another chance. I want to remind you, Irina Zarutska's...
What the fuck are we... Of course he's going to bring up Irina Zarutska, because he doesn't really give much of a shit about Irina Zarutska, who is a Ukrainian refugee, of course, who got tragically murdered by someone who needed some actual fucking help. Let me just move my dumb ass out of the way real quick. No, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about here, man? Like, bro, we're not talking about, like, individual cases or something. Like, what's being talked about is systemic fucking issues. Like, policies that have been implemented by the United States of America. Stuff like redlining, stuff like the failures of Reconstruction. We're not talking about, like, each individual basis. Like, no, like, black person, for example, who's just going to commit a crime live on camera is going to be fucking getting away with it. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, stupid. Like, I don't even know, dude. Like, it's just a dumb fucking statement from a really, really dumb individual.
killer on a train, stabbed her to death, walked away. Nothing happened to him on that train. And that black man was a 24-time repeat offender walking on the streets who killed her just because she was white. I'm sorry.
Huh? That's not even what the story is at all. From what I recall correctly, he was having some... He was a schizophrenic. He had mental issues, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, is he saying that this is, like, I don't know, that this one fucking black dude doing his own, like, I don't know, like, attack on a white woman for, like, the race war or some shit? Like, it's so fucking stupid, bro. Yeah, like, that's a good, like, again, Merlin, Herlin, like... buddy, like, what you're saying is all correct, obviously. Like, I wonder who dismantled the bare minimum healthcare system. Thank you to follow, Merlin. Yeah, I wonder who dismantled the bare minimum mental health care system, yet he remains one of the most praised presidents in U.S. history. Yeah, I wonder who could have prevented this. Yeah, what could have prevented all of this? Like, these people don't actually give a shit about that. Can we have, like, criticisms of, like, cash bail systems? Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with that. Yeah. Because, like... if you just keep throwing the guy in jail and then he's like basically put back out in the streets with no help and no way to be able to reintegrate with society, it makes perfect sense that he's more than likely going to reoffend, because like what the fuck else is the guy going to do? He's not going to be able to get a job because he's got a fucking criminal record on him. So it's just like, okay, like what's the guy going to fucking do? Also, the dude's got mental health problems and was homeless because of the fact... well, not because of the fact he had mental health issues, but he had the mental health issues because he was fucking homeless. So yeah, eventually something tragic like this was going to happen because there's unfortunately some holes in the fucking system. Stupid. Yep. Yeah, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, brother. You gotta ignore those voices. Dumb.
You need, and this is why this country's a mess right now, because we have white saviors like Joe Bartolo's like, don't worry, black people, I will protect you. Bro, even black people are tired of black people because they are causing way more crimes, obviously. And you might say,
what the fuck is he talking about here? In terms of the crime rate within democratic cities, they are at all-time fucking lows. There was a spike during COVID because, of course, there was a spike during COVID because it was COVID and the economy essentially shit the bed, you fucking moron. Okay, bro. Stupid.
say, well, actually, white people and black people actually commit the same amount of crimes. Well, sure, let's go down that route and then realize there is 13 times more white people in the United States than black people. Black people are 13% of the population, committing 62% of the violent crimes in America.
You know that 1350 is inherently a bullshit fucking statistic if the number keeps constantly changing over and over and over again. Like I've mentioned before, because I've heard like 1350, I've heard 1354, I've heard 1358, and now it's 1362 all of a sudden. Yes, he did also lose a sexual assault court case, Merlin Herlin. That is true. Yep, he did. And here's the thing, like I've said before, yes, black people do, statistically speaking, commit more of the violent crime within the United States of America. Notice how I say violent crime, and this guy's not specifically stipulating, well, violent fucking crime, right? Or really, I guess it'd be like this, given the camera angle, whatever. The vast majority of these motherfuckers who commit all these fucking violent crimes are, generally speaking, having the most acquittals, right? Black people may do all these crimes. Yes, it's true. Because of a lot of systemic issues, which is a fact. We can take a look through all the fucking history, right? But you don't give a shit about any of that because you have a dumbass fucking YouTube video to make. They do all of this because of systemic fucking problems and consequences within the United States of America as a byproduct of systemic fucking racism, right? So they commit all these crimes and then they don't get the help they need. And so they're basically stuck in a perpetual fucking cycle of fucking crime, going in and out of jail, which is not a fucking good thing, but whatever. Does Tectone understand or care about any of that stuff? No, because he's an idiot. If we are talking about the people who get the most acquittals from their violent crime sort of cases, it's black people. I think there was this one video by this one TikToker, a black TikToker. I forget the name of the guy, but he was also debunking Charlie Kirk on Jubilee, who also brought up 1350. It's like, yes, this is a thing that happens, absolutely, because of over-policing within black neighborhoods and a bunch of other policies that have happened throughout the United States of America. But who has the significant majority of acquittals? Black people, at like 58% of the acquittals. Very interesting, isn't it?
Do you want to know why that's happening? It's not because they grew up in bad areas. It's because they've been taught they're allowed to do that. And it's okay. And they'll...
Who the fuck is teaching them to do that, you fucking moron? What, just like your fucking rapist dad taught you that it's actually okay to fucking rape, and as a result you decided to rape your ex-wife and your fucking ex-girlfriend? Nice fucking meme, dude.
Get away with it. And black people, by the way, are calling out other black people for that because they're tired.
Okay, so then which is it? Black people are calling out other black people and teaching them that crime is good? Or that, like, they're all being told by, hey, man, doing crime is actually hecking based, epic, and really, really cool. You should just do crime in order to be able to survive. Like, which is it, man? Yeah, it's just Schrodinger's black people.
Okay. It's black people calling out YNs. I want to make that very clear, right? Even black people have gone on record saying there's a difference between a black person and a YN. And people honestly are kind of agreeing.
Bro, what the like, get the fuck out of here with this, like, stupid bullshit, bro. Like, yeah, man. I wonder what could have potentially led a bunch of younger black men to be essentially seen as nothing more than a bunch of, like, super predators. Oh, it's called the 1994 fucking crime bill, and a bunch of, like, cops saying, like, oh, young black kid, therefore gotta be a fucking criminal. It's like, that's again, systemic racism. Stupid.
Agreeing with that. But saying it's because of the systemic racism, shut the fuck up. Why are all these losers talking like they're fresh off the boat? Like, this ain't 1860.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Damn, I didn't know that Joe Bartolozzi is fresh off of the fucking boat or some shit. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, hello? He's an immigrant now because he recognizes, like, the basis, or he said, like, something that is a historical fact within the United States of America? You're a fucking dumbass, bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
2026. Okay, I'm sorry. That happened nearly 200 years ago. If you are still up about that, you need to get the over it.
Hey, dumbass. It's not something that quote-unquote happened 200 years ago. Okay, Tectone, slavery, failures of Reconstruction, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining. These are all fucking policies that have happened, throughout the course of about 200 fucking goddamn years. And they're still happening to this fucking day. Redlining, still a fucking thing, buddy. Businesses, not likely to invest in poorer black fucking neighborhoods. But guess what's always going to be in poorer black neighborhoods? Predatory payday loan lenders and fucking liquor stores. Wonder why that's the case. Yeah, maybe he should get over his sexual assault case. It's a good point, Merlin Herlin.
Everybody's trying to be a victim these days. How about we just have some accountability for our actions? Let's keep going here.
They've been given.
Oh, just like this fucking dumbass motherfucker who's never going to take any accountability over his sexual impropriety. So he's doing this, like, 3 IQ conservative fucking grift. But okay, bro. Also, credit access is fucking criminal. Black businesses barely get access to credit. That's a very good point there, Merlin Herlin.
Given a hand and therefore live in that hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive.
Actually, hell, just to throw this out here real quick, even in hiring practices, which is what DEI is meant to combat, Tectone, but unironically, if someone's fucking resume has the name Shaniqua on it or some shit, or like Tyrone, the business is less likely to fucking hire them.
If you were to take a group...
Oh, okay, so if your life is bad, that means that you're allowed to commit crimes and it's fine.
That's not what's being said there, you stupid, stupid motherfucker. That's not a co-signing of going out and doing fucking crime. That is a recognition of saying, like, yeah, because of all these systemic and historic injustices that happen to fucking black people throughout 250 years of the existence of the United States of America, it makes sense that a bunch of black people are going to commit more fucking crime as a byproduct. That's what that means, you dumbass motherfucker.
What you're saying right now is the reason why people continue to do it. You can't just say, well, your life is hard, so now you're allowed to commit crimes. Holy, what in the are we talking about?
Group of people.
Fucking dumbass whose head is so fucking goddamn empty that he can barely understand what a fucking basic argument is. Moving on.
And put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be.
No, you dumb. Oh my God. Okay, I want to say this very clear. There's a difference between white people and crackers, and this is a cracker-ass take. Let's be completely honest.
What the fuck are you talking about, you stupid motherfucker? Do you understand where the term cracker came out of? It would be a description of people like you stupid motherfucker. Holy fucking shit. They were the ones cracking the whips, you stupid dumbass motherfucker, which is what you're doing in a metaphorical sense with this stupid idiotic defense of systemic racism.
I don't know why Joe Bartolozzi is trying to dick suck right now and just lie, but the reality is that many races came to America. Many races came to America, including Asians. And
oh, really? Many races came to America. Very interesting that Tectone is framing this in this particular way. Do you think all the black people asked to be sent to the fucking Americas or something? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Huh? Now, obviously, I don't know. I don't think we have the statistics on this exactly, but what? Besides the indigenous population that existed within America before the colonists came over, right? Like, what other fucking races came over during, like, the time of, like, the fucking Mayflower and shit like that with the original settlers, right? I'm curious. Asians started moving into America in, like, waves in, like, I think it was, like, the late 1800s around there, right? Black people obviously came over because of slavery. So that was throughout the course of about, like, the 1700s or something. It's like what are we saying here? Like, because, by the way, also moving, for example, very expensive affair. You needed to have money in order to be able to do that shit. So a lot of, like, Asians didn't start moving over into America after America, well, colonized the rest of the fucking West Coast and shit like that, because that's where they primarily started, like, migrating into. Again, like, this is just stupid. Like, barely understands any of the history here.
And Asians experience racism. They integrated into society so fast it was ridiculous. If these blacks still can't do it after 200 years and they want to blame slavery, I'm sorry, people like Joe Bartolozzi giving them a excuse is the reason why this will never get better. If we continue to excuse behavior like this, rather than talk about
Let's not talk about how pretty much the vast majority of American cultural exports come from fucking black people, but whatever. Like, Asians got integrated into society very fast, as this motherfucker is saying. Let's not even talk about the Asian Exclusion Act of like the 1850s or some shit, but whatever. Like, it's stupid. Or like, say the internment camps during World War II of Japanese people. Whatever. Stupid. He doesn't understand any of this. Like, dog, it wasn't just slavery. It was a bunch of other fucking policies as well. Jim Crow, redlining, segregation, like, all of this stuff affected black people, man. Stupid.
the real issue and just hold people accountable, people and the United States will never get better. I want to remind you, Joe.
Says the fucking rapist.
White people were slaves too, okay? And we got over that so fast that people don't even know that's a real thing.
What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking schizophrenic? What? Are we... White people were slaves too? Yeah, probably back in like the 1300s during the fucking caliphates. What are we fucking talking about here, man? Slavery was pretty much an advent after a lot of, like, slavery was, like, fucking made illegal in all of these fucking more, like, European, more developed fucking goddamn, sort of, like, civilizations and societies. Like, stupid. It's just fucking stupid. Integrating, is he looking at some fictional Asian community that I don't know about? Asians, be they South, Southeast, or Southeast Asians, are like the last ethnic people in the U.S. that organize themselves by their background. You still see Chinese communities with Chinese associations in California and Boston. The same with Koreans and Indians are literally building gated communities. What is he talking about? I don't know. Like, it's fucking stupid. Like, the United States is a highly fucking segregated sort of society. There is not a lot of places that are quote unquote heavily integrated, as Tectone seems to be fucking suggesting here. But then again, he doesn't understand what the term integrated or, well, I don't know, like adapted within the United States of America means, because again, he's a fucking idiot.
Correlation, then you can make argument that if you do crime, that you will get in property. EA. I mean, this is just so stupid, bro. Holy.
But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you, you're racist. Yeah.
No. Talking about a statistic is not racist.
Oh my fucking god, dude. No. Joe didn't fucking mention the statistic there, you dim motherfucker, man. Oh my fucking lord. God, he's so fucking stupid, bro. No. What he was talking about there, you dumb motherfucker, is if you walk up to a fucking black guy and say, you are more likely to commit crimes, then you're fucking racist, because there's nothing about a black person that makes them like genetically predisposed rather to commit more crime. Stupid.
It is not racist to acknowledge legitimate facts. Now, if you go up to a black man, and I want to remind you, as a guy who's 22% black myself, where I
Are you saying that because you're wearing a fucking suit? What the fuck are we talking about here? Oh my lord, bro. Jesus Christ. And yes, thank you, Merlin. Yes, the term assimilated was what I was looking for. Yes, there is a confusion between integrated communities that are genuinely integrated with similar numbers, and yet the cultures remain distinct, and assimilated, a few black or Asian families moving into 90% white area and becoming so white you can only tell the difference by physical differences. Yes, Tectone does not understand the differences between integrated or fucking assimilated. He doesn't get it.
I was raised by black people from 8th grade to senior year.
I don't believe him for even one fucking second. Tectone is a known serial fucking liar. Look at those fucking Shamu videos for plenty of examples for that. He's a liar. He lies about as much as he fucking breathes, and is incredibly fucking manipulative to his dumbass fucking audience.
I love black people. I want to make that very clear.
No, the fuck you
I love my
don't.
fellow black brothers and sisters. Black are a little bit annoying, though. I'm not going to lie. You'll never catch me at a Waffle House at 3 a.m. Okay? I don't feel like dying. All right? You're racist if you go up to a black person, say, you're not welcome in my store because you're a dirty hard R. That's racist. Talking to a black person saying, well, the reason why I have this viewpoint is due to the fact that statistically there are certain races that are more likely to be violent. Right? Having that discussion.
Okay, but you're not thinking about... Yes, the reason why that's still racist is because it's born out of something, you stupid motherfucker, man. It came out of something, which is what Joe Bartolozzi is fucking saying. Jesus Christ. But you're too stupid to understand that, because again, you're just doing this to feed more meat to your idiot audience.
Having an open discussion that is not racist. If you cannot handle that conversation, and if you get violent by being informed of that information, I believe that says a lot more about the person getting violent than merely the person telling the truth. It's the same thing how this... I bet you this guy supports trans people. Oh, you're transphobic if you tell them they won't be a woman. I'm sorry that telling you the truth is offensive to you. I am so tired.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You literally supported like trans people like 3 years ago, and then the money became efficacious for you to not be supportive of fucking trans people. Again, you're just a fucking grifter. You don't believe in any of this stuff. You're a fucking dipshit. No, again, I don't know how many times this has to be fucking said. First off, conflating sex and gender, as expected from this stupid motherfucker. And again, if you walk up to a random black guy and you're just like 1350, they're gonna be like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, have you ever questioned as to why that might be the case? Well, no, because Tectone is genuinely too stupid to be able to fucking question why that is the fucking case. Because again, he's just a really dumb motherfucker.
Tired of being told that telling the truth makes you racist, makes you homophobic, makes you transphobic, because you have these...
Because it's not true. There have been studies done into the main reasonings for as to why this is the fucking case. But then again, are you going to look at any of the studies? Are you going to look at any of the history? Are you going to look at any of the policies for as to why this stuff is the case? No, the fuck you are not.
White ass trying to be saviors, saying, oh, no, actually, we need to live in an alternate version of reality, and if you tell the truth, you're actually just an awful person. This is so ridiculous. This sucks, because I think this guy is so funny on TikTok. What a ass take. Holy, let me double check here real quick. I put money. Joe Bartolozzi loves the trans. Let's find out. Yes. Joe Bartolozzi, popular YouTuber, TikToker, Twitcher, publicly supports trans people. He shared...
Okay, what? Publicly supports trans people and the broader LGBT... Why the fuck are we, asking Grok this fucking question? Wait, can't you find, like, a video or, like, a tweet of his or a take of this? Like, what the fuck is this shit, bro? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Let me Grok this, guys. Like, okay, bro. Jesus Christ. Bro. Just trying to look up any one of his takes or his fucking videos. Can we do, like, a basic modicum of fucking research? Like, holy fuck, bro.
Resources like the Trevor Project. You mean the charity organization that is quite literally grooming children?
I don't know how many times it needs to be said to this, like, really, really stupid motherfucker. Yeah, man, a charitable organization that's, grooming children by providing a safe space for... I don't even, if I recall correctly, Trevor Project mostly helps out with trans youth specifically, right? Who are, have been, generally speaking, rejected by their parents or their immediate fucking social groups, right? To not commit, any harm to themselves specifically, and also provide resources for them to be able to socially transition. I'm going to tell you right now, socially transition only in exceedingly rare fucking cases are minors given any form of hormone replacement therapy or treatment rather. Very, very, very fucking rare cases. But then again, does Tectone know about any of this stuff? No, because he's a fucking grifter. He doesn't understand any of this stuff. He's too stupid to fucking understand any of this stuff. So he's just gonna keep saying a bunch of stupid fuck shit because he's just an idiot. Yeah, man, Trevor Project, known for grooming children. Stupid.
You mean the charity project that, without disclosing to their parent, talks to children and attempts to make them trans?
No. That's not how any of this works, you dumb motherfucker. Again, those kids have already expressed that they were trans, and then as a byproduct of them expressing that to their parents, who do not agree with trans people because they're fucking freaks like yourself, more than likely got kicked out of their fucking house. And the Trevor Project provides them resources in order to be able to live so they don't die out in the fucking street. But does Tectone know about any of that? No.
This is real, by the way. Jesus Christ. So Joe Bartolozzi is just a dude who says, I support everything and everybody. And if you tell the truth, that means you're a big bully. Does.
Fucking says this. Are we doing the NPC point from this motherfucker who is the biggest fucking NPC whenever it comes to any of his fucking opinions about anything? Okay, bro. Nice man.
The Trevor Project talked to kids without telling the parents. Hold up. Straight up. What a full-blown... And it's ridiculous.
Just saying the F slur, eh?
By the way. Yes, the Trevor Project generally talks to and provides crisis support for kids and young people without notifying and involving their parents.
Yes, because their parents are already not trans inclusive. Okay, the reason why they don't fucking tell the parents is because they provide crisis help specifically. So therefore, basically, the parents already know that their kids are trans. They do not agree with their kids being fucking trans and are abusing their fucking children from not being trans anymore, or for lack of a better term, to try to transition back into the gender that they do not fucking agree with anymore, which brings a lot of mental anguish and problems for those fucking kids, specifically Tectone. So the Trevor Project provides consultation and resources to those youth who are being abused by their parents. But then again, This guy's a fucking rapist, so he knows a thing or two about abusing other people.
Let you know right now, if there's ever an organization that's talking to your children and not telling the parents, you are a pedophile organization. You are. You are a grooming organization.
Fucking says this dude, by the way, who followed a bunch of fucking lolicon hentai, or not lolicon hentai artists, but followed a bunch of hentai artists who drew a bunch of, like, lolly fucking shit, right? And unironically liked fucking artwork of a gender-bent fucking lolly getting fucked in the ass by a Genshin Impact enemy. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
There is in no way, shape, or form that anybody should ever be talking to my kids and won't let me know what the fuck y'all talked about. That is a pedophile grooming organization, and you cannot change my mind.
Coming from this
This
dumbass.
is ridiculous how Joe Bartolozzi is trying to poise as black people should be allowed to get away with more crimes because their life was hard. Jesus Christ. Holy...
Again, that's not what Joe Bartolozzi is saying, but then again, you're too much of an idiot to be able to make that distinction, because again, idiot.
Okay, so I get falsely accused and my life gets f***ed up over some that I didn't do. Should I be allowed to go assault somebody now? Should I be allowed to go rob a store? I was homeless. I grew up poor. Should I be allowed to go beat up some and take his shit? Jesus.
What the fuck are you talking? No one... Again, nobody's saying this. This is just a schizophrenic fucking screed. Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, that's a good point there, Merlin. I mean, he's already assaulted not someone, but 2 people, and he's probably going to assault a 3rd if I were to take a bet, because he's clearly not learned any of his fucking any of the lessons of the shall we say impropriety that he's carried out.
What a retard.
Whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence.
Sure.
Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid.
Yeah, man, let's just let black people do whatever, and if we ever talk about it, we're racist. Jesus Christ.
Again, you're just not even fucking engaging with anything that Joe Bartolozzi is saying. Like, just, I don't know, incredibly dim-witted commentary from an incredibly dim-witted motherfucker.
Title of this video, Joe Bartolozzi's situation is pathetic. Asmongold weighs in. Asmongold says it's true that blacks experience systemic racism. They benefit from it. True. Blacks are the...
Not true, but whatever. We already talked about this take.
Minority groups enjoy preferential treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. It's true.
Not true. Again, there was a specific case within the Supreme Court, I believe in Harvard, right? If I recall correctly, is saying that they were giving preferential treatment through DEI and also to like black students in comparison to that of Asian students. First off, let's not pay attention to the fact that the main people who benefited from DEI and affirmative action were white women, but whatever. Tectone doesn't know about any of those statistics. But unironically, a lot of those policies are being destroyed by dumbasses like yourself. Well, specifically, and the Birdman video does a very, very good job going over this specifically. I'll probably stick that also in the description, because why not? But basically, there was a lawyer. I think it's Richard Blum. It's something Blum. I forget the name. I'm really, really bad with names. But it was the whole purpose of this guy to try to just destroy affirmative action and like DEI and inclusive fucking policies, right? And guess what? He had a hand to play in that fucking Harvard ruling that I think it gave not preferential treatment, but ruled against affirmative action and also DEI policies carried out by Harvard, right? Because of systemic injustices that have happened throughout the entirety of the history of the United States of America, because of, all the things that we've mentioned earlier, right? Redlining, Jim Crow, segregation, blah, 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 blah. The failures of fucking Reconstruction. But again, does Tectone know about any of that stuff? No. I've said before, we can, for example, right, have criticisms of affirmative action. Sure. Absolutely. There can be criticisms of that. Based on how it's like racially sort of like doled out, for example. Right, we can criticize that, right? Whatever. The problem is that it benefits all fucking, or not the problem. The thing with affirmative action is that it benefited all races. And statistically speaking, after white men, who is the next majority fucking population within the United States of America? Oh, it's going to be white women. So it makes sense that white women are going to be the main beneficiaries of DEI, or like not DEI, but of affirmative action fucking policies. And we can have a problem with that since it's all fucking race-based. I personally think that it should be merit-based. And you shouldn't have to necessarily 100% focus specifically on the race of a person, right? Just make it like such that it's not about race. It's not about like economic predispositions, because again, a lot of this used to also favor people who were richer, who were the people who tended to be more rich. Oh, white people. I wonder why. Oh, generational wealth and a bunch of other bullshit. Yada, yada, yada. If we actually fucking cared at all about any of these policies and having fair, equitable fucking outcomes for people within the fucking workplace, then you would actually be for meritocracy. But then again, dumbasses like this, like Tectone, need DEI in order to maintain any relevancy. From what I heard and understand, Tectone's been having to sell a lot of his personal property in order to pay for his dumbass fucking wedding. Oof, yikes. Yeah, that's a good point there, Merlin Herlin. The New Deal was the largest DI project in history. It lifted poor whites into civilization. It's true. It's technically speaking true.
Socioeconomic condition is a code, and everyone knows it. Obviously.
Yes, it's also true,
And
Merlin.
just because Asmongold says blacks, which, by the way, is a completely normal and okay thing to say, just like if you were to say whites.
Well, no, it's because most of the people who say blacks in a connotation like this are coming at this from a racist fucking lens, which is where Asmongold is specifically coming at this from, in a racist fucking lens, by, again, spewing a bunch of nonsense that he barely understands and that he's lying about specifically. So, yeah, and he has a history of being incredibly fucking racist. Take a look at why he got banned for fucking 2 weeks, just to have like a quick example of for as to why people may think that Asmongold is racist.
This is how sensitive these black are, or these white heroes. You can't call them blacks. What else am I supposed to call them? Okay? I can't even say no cap on a stack for real without being told I'm a white supremacist and I'm stealing African-American vernacular.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? It's people might be saying that because you're saying like literally like you've done the past 11 minutes trying to be as fucking racist and transphobic as possible. Stupid.
Just blacks. How about you say black people? Yeah, there we go. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You disgusting cockroach bastard. So calls Asmongold a disgusting cockroach bastard because he said
that's what we call an objective fact. Have you seen what his fucking goddamn house looks like? Okay. And he's had cockroaches crawl on his fucking goddamn... There's a clip about this. Whatever.
Blacks, and he wants his act to be cordial. If I intended to degrade black people, I wouldn't have capitalized...
Why? Well, hold on. Like... Why the fuck would you have to be cordial with a dude who's just genuinely fucking lying about systemic racism? Why be fucking cordial about that? Okay, whatever.
Black. Character limits favor brevity over perceived political correctness. How about you just say, shut up? It's really that easy. It really is that easy.
I don't know. Uno fucking reverse card? How would we just tell you to shut the fuck up? Fucking 500 viewer Andy on fucking Rumble? Oof, imagine getting only like 500 some odd viewers on fucking Rumble of all places. Yikes. And also your YouTube fucking career being completely and utterly plateaued. Oof. Yikes.
Anybody making this argument has no idea how the real world works. And this is once again another influencer just
fucking
attempting to say whatever the social climate wants him to say. Joe Bartolozzi, you're a loser, dude. Holy good lord. Good lord. How about we just stop making excuses for criminals? And no, I'm not saying all black people are criminals. I want to remind you,
That's exactly what you're fucking saying, you stupid dipshit. Again, Joe Bartolozzi never said anything about black people should be able to go out and do as much crime as possible. He never said that. He just didn't say that. He just didn't say that. But why speak the truth? Why tell the truth when we can just lie?
22% black. What the What do you mean? Why is Grok betraying me? Listen, here's the thing.
Did he ask Grok if he was 22%? What? Okay, Tectone, just because you were allegedly around black people during the entirety of high school does not make you 22%. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Ugh, he's so fucking dumb, bro.
Thing. Whether you're white, black, Mexican, or Asian, just because you had a bad upbringing doesn't mean you're allowed to get away with crimes. You're just not. So let's stop
No one says
giving people a free pass and say, actually, it's okay if black people commit crime because of systemic racism. How about we just hold
No one said that.
people accountable? It's really that easy. Like, comment, subscribe if you're also pro-reality.
Yeah, okay. As expected from this fucking stupid troglodyte, he's too stupid to be able to even engage in the basic of fucking criticism. He doesn't know his history because he's a dumbass fucking grifter who, again, did sexually assaulted his fucking ex-wife, of course, and also sexually assaulted his fucking ex-girlfriend, and does this, like, stupid fucking conservative pivot for what purpose exactly? Oh, to cope and seethe about the fact that he has a bunch of sexual impropriety under his belt. Stupid motherfucker, but I wouldn't expect anything less from this dumbass known as fucking Tectone. But yeah, I mean, what else is there to really say? Based King Joe Bartolozzi, who had a correct take, and then all of the, I don't know, like, dipshits decided to come out of the fucking woodwork and said a bunch of stupid shit, which is as expected when we're talking about fucking Twitter. A bunch of, like, really, really low IQ, dumbass motherfuckers always coming out of the woodwork to say a bunch of stupid fucking idiotic shit. For what reason exactly? Because A, they're too stupid to do any reading into any of the history, and B, because they're just really, really fucking racist. Don't think there's really much else to say besides Tectone and Asmongold, you're both fucking stupid morons, little bros. Okay, before I forget, that's not what I want to move. Cool, great, fantastic. That's not what I fucking want to move. I want to move the chat box. Thank you. Okay, well, these things keep getting in the fucking way. Because of them being two different inputs. They cannot be combined into one object. Although, honestly, I probably could figure out how to do that. You're smart. I could probably figure out how to do that. Can you do that? I'm pretty sure you can do that. Honestly, it's mostly because I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, I'm just an idiot. Professional streamer, by the way. Not as much as Tectone? That's true. I can easily debunk and shit on all these, like, very low IQ, like, troglodytes and racists, but me not having the wherewithal, thinking like, yeah, why don't I just fucking combine those two fucking inputs? That's actually, like, a smart thing to do. Like, what the fuck am I doing? That's just me being, like, a little bit of a stupid idiot. It's 4 in the morning. Fuck my life. Oh, man. Alright. Let's raid. Get this. You need to sleep. Up 42 hours yesterday, only slept for 8 hours. Go to bed. Durandi. That's an order. Alright. Can I raid out to this jabroni over here? Redolent Thought. Oh my god, we can? Wow. It's 10 a.m. No? Oh, you got me. Alright, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you are a subroni, you say you have been blessed by Romanian Jesus, with the trans start with the Daho Reba. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoWie with the Daho Reba. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into Nikki's Gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. We'll be continuing our factoring, our Oreoing adventures, as well as yapping more and more about lay politics. Very, very cool and very good. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.